Hörrni, det är det här det kommer hända saker. Här kommer Tepe Sigeman-turneringen spelas från den 1 till 7 maj. Här på Elite Plaza Hotel i Malmö. Det här besökarna kommer se först. Glasväggen in till kommentatorsrummet. Här sitter Jimmy Modell och det är han som har hand om tv-sändningen, den officiella tv-sändningen.
Ordnat kaos.
Som det ska vara. Här har vi den här tavlan som vi fick se under invigningen. Den bars av Johan Bernsen från Malmö rådhus. Så här har vi då pressrummet. Och vi kommer ha journalister från Sverige förstås, men även Danmark och Holland och Frankrike. Så det blir internationella arena här också. Det är alltid bra med godis, så håller man sig pigg och fräsch under en hel arbetsdag. Till sist har vi kommit fram till den riktigt magiska lokalen på hotellet. Spellokalen. Det här är en fåtal av publiken kommer vara så nära schackspelarna så att de nästan kommer höra när de andas. Och bland spelborden då så kommer det vara 4 spelbord. Och Magnus kommer alltid sitta vid samma bord. Nu har ni fått se alla rummen där Tepe Sigeman-turneringen kommer att spelas mellan den 1 till 7 maj. Tack så mycket!
Yeah, so you just won with black against Janeire. Yeah, tell us about the game.
So she surprised me with her opening choice. I wasn't expecting knight f3 e3, and yeah, I decided to play some interesting line in the board. I think this bishop g4 is, not the main theory, but I thought, okay, it will be fun. Let's just play. And my idea was to take on f3 and then e5. And okay, and then somehow I changed my idea and then I decided to play with the white bishop, and I played some e6, a6. So yeah, anyway, and the critical moment was, I think, when she played g4. I wasn't expecting g4, and after that, I thought I have to push e5 to kill this bishop, and okay, I was ready to change bishop and knight. So okay, we changed them, and then
this open g file, that would never be dangerous.
Yeah. The thing is that he cannot come with the other rook, because if he try to make long castle, I can take on a3, and if she plays king f1 and some king g2, then it's too slow. I can play some e4 and then I can find some counterplay. So that was the main problem, and that's why she couldn't attack. But after actually she pushed e4, I think it was looking okay for her. But then I find this g6 idea to actually trade the pawns and then push e4. And if she takes on g6, now I have the e6 square. So yeah, and then what she played, I actually forget the game. But yeah, then I think she played rook f3 and then knight d7. So my idea was to go some rook g8 stuff and then gf5, rook g1. And okay, here I think she made a mistake with going knight f1, and now she allowed knight h5, knight f4. And yeah, okay, after that she blundered also a few moves, and then I just won. Yeah.
Okay. And now, after 3 rounds, well, actually yesterday you had quite a wild game, I think. How do you look back at that one?
Yeah, okay, I think both we missed serious advantage. It was a very fighting game, actually. Both we had winning chances. It was, overall nice game.
And are you satisfied with the level you're showing here?
So, okay, I think first 2 games I didn't play so bad, and today also, I didn't check with the engine, but I think I played a good game. Right now I'm very happy from my performance here. Yeah, I think I'm playing decent moves. So yeah, let's see the other games. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. Najdorf, a draw with black against Magnus. Usually it's supposed to be a good result, right? But how do you feel about this result in the tournament?
Yeah, it was a very high quality game, I think. Not quite interesting, but I think very solid. Yeah, he surprised me in the opening a little bit with offside, this offbeat queen c2 move, to which I replied g6. Yeah, takes, and we got symmetrical structure, but in general white is better, thanks to difference in the bishops. Like my bishop on g7 is not ideal, but okay. After that, yeah, we got relatively calm position. When he traded the bishops with bishop d3, I thought, okay, it should be equal, because otherwise he should have played something like g4, which he told me after the game. But yeah, after g4, maybe even rook I was considering even rook c8 with I don't know, with a very unclear play. Yeah, what we got in this game, I think it was just boring, not just a very slow position. Not the most exciting game, but yeah, that's what it takes in in elite chess.
Mm-hmm. He actually arrives quite a bit late, almost 10 minutes. How did that make you feel at the start of the game?
Yeah, he does it every time to me,
Oh, really?
I mean, for example, in the freestyle, in the Weissenhaus also, he arrived a little bit late, like when the round was already started. So yeah.
Are you affected, or?
No, at this point, I played him many times. I know, his behavior, his attitude. So I don't care. I just it's his decision.
And last question, you have now played 3 games here. How do you feel about your form and the level you're showing?
Yeah, in general, I think I feel good. But I was embarrassed with yesterday's game. I was completely winning. Yeah, I mean, this...
Yeah, actually 2 times, I think, even.
Yeah, many times.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very disappointing at the end. I took rook f7, after which it's it's a huge part of my advantage is gone, which is surprising. Like it looks natural, but after rook f7, it's just almost gone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, because in this type of tournaments, it's only 7 rounds. You have to score. You have to use your opportunities. I hope to do better in next rounds. And yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot. Yeah. Erwin, let's start from the end. You were just discussing some lines with your opponent. What were your main conclusions?
I thought during the game that instead of rook 8, he should go h5, not allow me to go h5, and try to go bishop f6 next. And we were mainly discussing that moment. Maybe I'm still on top, but not clear by how much.
So what does it mean? What do you think was the decisive mistake for him?
I think going for this rook 8, bishop c6, bishop f6 is the decisive mistake, because it actually seems very natural. That was my first thought as well. But this h5 take, bishop c2 is a very nice touch, after which I think it's just lost.
Right. I saw that Niels hadn't played this dragon for a very long time, and you had a long thing. It must have been a big surprise.
Yeah, sure. I could only recall Vaishali's last round win from the candidates, and I remember, like, even though Black was trying to create some attack, her king was quite safe with this bishop on b3. So I thought I'll put the bishop on b3 and then try to take it from there.
So I actually happened to play this line with white as well, and so I think knight a4 is actually the move instead of h4, or was h4 over the board inspiration, or how far did it go?
No, I couldn't recall anything. I looked at this line long ago, so I was basically on my own and trying to play from whatever I could think.
So 2 draws and now a win. How do you feel you've been playing so far?
Yeah, I think my play has been decent today. I think I saw a lot of nice lines, and yesterday was a very topsy-turvy game. We both missed chances, a long game, and I think the first game wasn't too long, but overall I think I'm playing pretty well.
And tomorrow, Black against Najdorf. If you think back about earlier encounters against him, I guess you think it's going to be a tough game, right?
Yeah, sure. It's definitely going to be a good battle, and I guess fun for the spectators.
Already thinking about what you're going to play?
Not yet.
In general, how much do you prepare, for example, still on the same day in the morning? Do you spend a lot of time preparing, or do you prefer taking some rest?
Both. I spend some time preparing, and then like maybe an hour before the game, I stop my preparation and take some rest.
Well, good luck for the rest, and thanks for the interview.
Bishop.
Knight.
Bishop.
Night.
The Knight. Wolf of Wall Street.
Fast and Furious. Yeah.
Tom Cruise movies.
Sita Raman. It's an Indian movie.
Probably Facing the Giants. Probably middle game.
Middle game.
Middle game.
Middle game.
Probably the middle game. Maybe something with physics.
Some other sports, maybe.
I would do some other sports like tennis or maybe football.
Something to do with maths because I used to like maths.
Finance, so some sort of investing in stocks.
Humanalforskare.
Steak.
Döner. Turkish döner.
Plov, that's national Uzbek food.
Indian cuisine, some chicken biryani.
I like dumplings, pizza, all kinds of things.
Fisk.
To win.
To win.
To have fun.
Both.
To have fun.
Ta roligt.
Party.
Okay, I watch some movies and I hang out with my coach or friends.
Having fun.
With a good meal.
Probably and celebrating with friends, talking, having fun, playing Blitz.
Oftast är det ju att man förbereder sig för nästa parti eller nästa tävling.
Welcome to the fourth round of the Tepe Sigeman tournament here in Malmö. We had some strange things happening this night, I know, in the hotel.
Yeah, it was a bit unexpected, I would
Yeah.
say. I was nicely sleeping.
Yeah.
And then around 1:30, the fire alarm started
Yeah.
ringing. And it was a particularly loud fire alarm.
Yeah.
So I know, of course, it's good. It's generally you just go out, you put on some clothes, you go out.
Yeah.
I didn't really feel like, but the sound was so strong that I was forced out.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that everyone was
Yeah.
outside. So we had a little gathering here outside the hotel.
Yeah.
I think it took like 15 minutes or something, and then everybody went back in, and it turned out that there was no fire.
Yes.
And everybody went back to sleep, I hope. It took me some time to
Yeah.
fall back asleep, but
Niels was not too happy because he had problems to sleep.
yes, yeah, I can imagine that, because
Mm.
you're in. It's a really rude awakening. This fire
Yeah.
alarm, so it takes some time to calm down again, and yeah, let's see what kind of impact it
Yeah.
has. I'll drink a lot of coffee, I think,
Yeah.
today to remain sharp.
So,
Should we look at some standings
Ye-
before we go
Yeah.
through all the games to
Yeah.
know where we're at in the tournament?
you could say it's very close.
Yeah, we have the standings up. 5 players in the lead.
Mm.
That's pretty unique, I think. Najdorf, Irigaisi, Magnus Carlsen, Erdogmus, and Woodward. Jordan on half a point. Half point
Half one back, yeah.
back from the leaders.
Mm.
Janeire on place number 7 with half a point, and Niels still looking for that win.
Yeah. Or that draw.
Or the draw. I think at
Yeah.
this point, both will be
Very happy with the
will
draw.
be appreciated. Yeah. You want to start with that game, or
Yeah.
or you want to?
We can start with it.
Yeah. Let's start.
Najdorf against Gandelius.
And something very interesting is on the board.
Yeah.
Um,
Last year they played the normal. Yeah. A6 is the normal.
Yeah, generally, I think Niels has been playing A6 in
Yeah.
this position.
And Erwin took on C6.
He took on C6.
Yeah,
Take
last
D6,
year, yeah.
the exchange variation.
And it ended in a draw after
It's not supposed to be that promising.
No.
This line. Bobby Fischer, of course, famously played it, but nowadays I think it's not that dangerous anymore. Occasionally, it's still seen, but none of this today because Niels played bishop to C5. Is that something you know more of?
I had played it, but it was like 40 years ago, maybe.
I'm 41, so
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
for me. That's a long time.
I know the name. It's called the Cordell variation. Maybe you know all the names of all the openings.
I think I know this opening's name. I think I played this once against Anand actually.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Formerly.
but it was also a while ago, and it was also a terrible game.
Yeah.
The idea, at least that I had, was to meet C3 with F5. I mean, that obviously was not my idea. It's been played before, but let's just say it didn't work out very well in that game. I think I lost it after 2 hours of play or something.
I'm quite sure it will not be played today. F5.
That means you know more.
I know more.
Okay. Yeah, I did see when I made a walk today. I saw you having lunch with Niels.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll be keeping an eye on this one, but we assume that this comes as a big surprise to Erdogmus, right?
Yeah.
He's never done this before?
No, I don't think so.
He did play C3 already, though, which is the most principled reply. White, of course, wants to play D4 and hit the bishop on C5. And now you're saying F5 is unlikely to come?
I predict knight F6.
You predict knight F6. Yeah, I have a feeling that you're onto something. So let's maybe make a little tour around the other boards to see what we have. Where do you want to go first?
I don't know because I lost my.
I think I can fix that. But we have the games here, so that's all right. Abdusator?
Yeah. Against Irigaisi.
Okay, this is c4, e6, knight c3, d5, d4, bishop e7,
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit, cd, ed, bishop f4, knight f6, e3, bishop f5, and after 3 minutes of thought, knight ge2. Yeah, I don't think this is anything new.
No.
Perhaps, especially for players new to the game, this looks a little bit odd to block the bishop. But on the other hand, the knight can maybe go to g3 later on, sometimes to f4, depending if the bishop moves. So it's definitely not something extraordinary. It's all been seen before. So I don't think we need to spend too much time on this one for now. Jordan van Verees plays with Magnus Carlsen and Najdorf.
Yeah.
Najdorf.
Surprising.
Yeah, I'm curious if he made a thought on that before the game. And he played the move f4, which is probably a surprise for Magnus as well. The Najdorf, of course, an indication by Magnus that he wants to at least make it a bit more playful than. I mean, he could also easily play e5 as he's done so often.
Yeah.
And leading to more quiet play generally. So a Najdorf is definitely an indication that he's ready for a fight. And he also knows that Jordan is not the type of guy to try to force a draw in some sharp variations. Jordan is someone who just plays. So he doesn't run the risk to run into some prepared drawing variations. So I think in such cases, he's more than ready to play this kind of thing. So f4. Sindarov played this against me here in this tournament last year.
Yeah. How did you react?
I played e5, which I would expect from Magnus as well. There are other moves though. You can go g6, I think. Queen c7 is a move. G6 is actually very, very decent if I'm not mistaken. Nipomnachi played that a couple of times. But e5 is the classical move. And now you can move to f3, you can move to b3. I think Sindarov played knight b3 against me, and after bishop e7, he took play into an endgame where he defeated me very nicely, I would say. Was a very nice game. I was not aware of this whole idea of going into the endgame, and that was a very good game of his. I think I have no idea what Jordan is planning, but let's say these are the rough outlines of this variation. We have Jordan's second here in the hall, but I doubt he's gonna reveal all that much about his preparation. So let's move on maybe to the last game we haven't seen yet. Janeire against Andy Woodward. Another Najdorf.
Yeah.
2 Najdorfs. Bishop d3. It's a very modern move. Became popular, I think, around 5 to 10 years ago, and nowadays it's very mainstream. I think e5, knight e2, knight c6, castle, bishop e6, all fairly normal. King h1 and rook to c8. Trying to recall something here, but how is your knowledge of this variation?
Very sketchy.
Sketchy, okay. Yeah. Then we're both on sketchy
but it's
ground.
At least it's a very big difference from the game yesterday. The approach from Gino.
Exactly. Yesterday she played knight f3 on the first move.
And e3.
Against Edogmu she played knight f3, then she played e3. I think after bishop g4 she went b3, bishop b2. She just played, went for a game. And this is definitely more theoretical.
More ambitious.
And, actually, in the candidates tournament, I thought this was actually one of her strengths. I mean, she didn't win the candidates, but in terms of preparation, I thought she did some very interesting things. That she was really well prepared. And is f4 the way to go here, or should you maybe wait with that? Knight g3 is a move, bishop, many moves actually.
When you say king h1, you think f4.
F4, right? That's the the move we're expecting, I think. And then it's always a question, is f5 a threat? Or does black just drop the bishop back? Yeah, of course. I mean, this is also a typical reaction. And then you just plant a knight on e5, go bishop e7, castle. Different approaches here, I think. I've seen also, I'm not sure that's in this, but even such moves are played sometimes, so that after f5 you can take and then try to make the center work somehow. There are various ways to reply. But Sue, it looks like she's taking her time here, right? She's not. So that maybe gives us the chance to go back to the game of Niels. Because after c3, we have a few more moves. Of course, Niels is in book, knight f6. And after castle, he castled.
Yeah, d4 is the normal move. No.
Yeah, I think back when I grew up, let's say, it was thought that this is very strong. E takes d4 and e5. But I think nowadays it's considered that this is not so clear, if I'm not mistaken. But I could very well be mistaken. But I think this is considered to be not so clear these days. And that's why the line, I think, is back. Because before, I think they were trying knight e4, and then you just take on d4. It's not very pleasant. But as it stands, d4, bishop b6. This is now already very mainstream. And quite demanding from for dog moves as well. So find some good ways, some precise ways to put pressure here. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with the fact that I don't recall.
I think a4.
Much opening. A4
is a move at least.
Aha, in order to trap the bishop.
Yeah.
So you're simply threatening to take and push a5. Huh? And if I go a6, let's say.
No, I don't really want to.
You don't want. You mean we should move on, maybe? Yes.
Yeah, we will see. I know that a5 is what you used to play. A long time ago.
You're full with inside information. Yes. All right. Now we'll see
we
then.
Will see.
Well, when we get there, you can spill the beans on this variation.
Yeah.
Do you have any place you feel we have to move now? So Jordan, he did play that way that Najdorf also played against me. So Magnus, he spent 8.5 minutes to play e5.
Yeah.
Again, that's not Magnus seeing this position for the first time.
No.
He knows this position very well, but he also knows there are various options, and he's just thinking, where does Jordan want to steer the game towards? And finally, he came to the conclusion that e5 is what he wants to do today. And after knight b3, he's again taking his time. So I played bishop e7, which allows that option of playing the endgame. You can also avoid it. I think you can move the queen. You can do something like knight d7. So you have some options here. And I would expect him to do some of those later options to avoid that endgame that I.
That endgame was good for white, or?
I think it's okay, but as in, I don't think black is really much worse here.
No.
Maybe black is even finer, but it's not like black is on the good side of things. I mean, this could be a very nice, risk-free way for Jordan to approach this game. I think after bishop e3, if I'm not mistaken, Najdorf told me after the game that I could have played, for instance, this, and after knight c5, bishop c8 back, so something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's and that's, I mean, it was new at the time, and I had not seen this before. Then, of course, it's difficult to make such a move. it's not so easy to make a decision like bishop e6, bishop c8, and I'm still not even so sure what it was about. I checked it, of course, after the game, but it's been a year, and nowadays, if I haven't seen something for a while, it's just it's gone.
It's gone, yeah.
It's very sad.
Mm.
That's how it is. So, yeah, like I said, I expect Magnus to try and keep the queens on in one way or another, and because yeah, that's in line with what he's trying to do. I mean, he's playing the Najdorf.
Yeah.
He's trying to get a game. It would surprise me if he allows that endgame now. I don't think he wants to do that. Yeah, something like queen c7, 97, such moves is what I would be expecting here. And Janeire did something we didn't look at, but something that's very typical though. Knight to d5. And it's probably important to point out that if you take it at the bishop, ed, knight takes d5, there's bishop f5. And I think that just wins material.
Yeah, an exchange.
And so the next question is if black starts with knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop takes d5. How is that? Because now after bishop f5, the same thing applies, but black is able to drop the bishop back to e6. And this should just be good for black,
Yes,
I think.
looks like not.
So perhaps here she's planning a different move.
What could it be?
I'm not too certain,
No.
in fact.
Of course, we have no sacrifice of the bishop because black can always take on g2.
Yeah, you mean something like bishop takes
Yes.
a6. Yeah, this would work out pretty well if black is forced to. I mean, this doesn't look bad for white because of the central control. But yeah, this is an ugly
check
in between
Yeah.
check, and this is just lost.
Yeah.
It's just lost. So
there is
I guess it's a real pawn sacrifice.
Mhm.
And maybe she intends to do something like along the lines of knight c3, bishop e6, f4, for instance. Something along those lines. Maybe f4 immediately is also an option. So something like this. But sharp game. Yeah, for instance, let's say if we make a move like bishop e7, I could imagine that's something along these lines. This looks like good compensation.
Yes.
Such things can easily end in checkmate at some point.
Brilliance.
Yes. Yeah, so perhaps she's intending to do something along these lines. Interesting, 95. I mean, we were completely focused on f4, but this is very direct, and I think you should take it, right?
Yeah. What?
I do think you should take that. I mean, you could argue that something like knight b4 maybe, but it looks very shaky. No, I think. I mean, bishop e7, I guess, can be played, but even just taking that bishop seems nice for white. So I guess Andy is thinking of capturing that pawn. Maybe one more thing that we haven't discussed is in this position something like f4 here. I'm not really buying
No.
it though. Bishop
Bishop
e7.
E7. Yeah.
Well, fe. I'm trying to keep the king in the center a
Yeah.
little bit. And if knight e5,
Five.
maybe knight d4 or knight f4,
Mm.
trying to hit e6. But it's not that clear. It's a bit vague, this compensation. And Magnus, he has allowed the endgame. And it's already on the board, in fact.
Okay.
All right, that's interesting. Bishop e7, take on e5. Yeah, for a second I was wondering if you could do something like knight to g4 here. Probably a bit too much, huh?
Yeah.
Just for fun. Yeah, it's not working, huh? Bishop h4, g3. Queen f. Nah, it's not now. Leading nowhere. No, this is just nonsense.
Mm.
So here he captures. Queen d8. And I
Thinking.
expect bishop takes d8. I mean, the king is not getting mated on d8, but it does feel very awkward there.
Mm.
Bishop e3, long castle. No, I think he will recapture with the bishop. He's thinking a bit though.
So how did you play against Bishop E3? Do you remember? You took with the bishop?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's very embarrassing. It's been one year, that game.
Yeah.
But I don't know about you, but I tend to forget my losses. Do you have that, or?
I forget all my games.
I mean, I remember at some point where I'm playing with the Dutch team in the Olympiad, and at some point we're playing, I think it was Armenia, and I'm supposed to play an opponent, and I tell my teammates, oh, that's excellent news because I have a good score against him. And then one of them actually looks up the score, and I just forgot about 3 losses. 3. It's quite remarkable. And of course, once I was reminded of them, I realized that, yeah, okay, that is actually true. But I just thought I had a good score against him.
Maybe you had good positions.
Well, if you see those games. Yeah, I have a, yeah, maybe it's a self-protective kind of thing.
So what you're
So what I'm saying is this game with Najdorf, it's a very vague memory.
Yeah.
And I'm not 100% sure what I did here, to be honest. I think I tried some quick b5, which I regretted. Could it be that I started with this move?
Maybe you should try to find the game.
Should I? I can, of course. It's not very. Let me just briefly pull it up on your screen.
Yeah, so we can see how you played it.
Let's see, Najdorf. Aha, okay. So I played bishop e6, knight c5, and now b5.
Ah, yes.
This one
now
I
I
played.
remember you
Yeah.
allowed.
So I was close, but
Yeah.
not close enough. Yeah. And after the game, he told me I should have gone back to c8. That was the, yeah. So I played b5. He played bishop d3, knight bd7, knight takes e6, f takes e6. And I thought this is not so bad because these pawns they cover all the squares.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that bad, but at the same time, I mean, I didn't really enjoy it either. He played a4, b4, knight b1, bishop b6, bishop takes b6, knight takes b6, knight d2, a5, knight f3, knight b7. Yeah, also here, I didn't have a feeling that it's so bad, but at the same time, he has this nice square on b5. He played bishop b5 here.
And then long castle.
e7, long castle.
And of course, pawn on e5 is
Yes, it's weak.
It's weak.
It's weak. And slowly but surely, I was outplayed
Mm.
from here on out. Yeah, so this is a scenario that he would be enjoying, Jordan.
Yeah.
But I think Magnus will treat this position differently than I think he's also seen it, Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, Magnus is someone who follows, of course, things.
Yeah.
And has very good memory as well. He's definitely seen this before. And I find it interesting that he's taking his time. So that means that maybe he is really, clearly he's considering king takes d8 here. So maybe we should have a brief look at it. Because maybe we were too quick to dismiss. Because after bishop e3, let's say bishop e6. Maybe the king is not so bad on c8. But I'm a bit afraid of this position though.
Yeah, comes with tempo.
Yes. You can play here maybe.
Yeah.
Knight c5 is an option.
What is the next move for black?
Probably king somewhere. But then knight d5 isn't.
Yeah.
It's
So
hard. Yeah.
I thought about maybe bishop e2, simple move, and then knight d5.
Yeah, I just this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe
Yeah.
you can follow it up with knight d5 somehow.
Yes.
King c8, knight d5.
Yeah, it looks pleasant for white.
Hmm.
This endgame.
So the big problem for Carlsen is that knight c5, bishop c8 is not so.
Yeah, that's not what he's.
Because then it could be a draw.
Yeah, this is just not happening. I think
No.
this is just not. But from both sides, I think Jordan
No.
will also not.
No, I agree.
Jordan doesn't play this to make a draw. That's
No.
not his. That's not his style.
No.
It's actually a very interesting idea. This endgame. It definitely puts some pressure, and so we were thinking that there were some alternatives at this point, like queen c7, knight e7. But at the same time, it does invite some preparation, maybe that Magnus didn't want any part of. So yeah. So for now, we're waiting for. He has taken with the bishop.
Yeah.
Has taken with the bishop. Yeah.
And bishop e3 was played.
Yes. Yeah. Because Jordan is definitely still in book.
Yeah. So if we don't play bishop e6, what do we play? Or we should play.
Yeah. Not easy. I'm struggling a little bit. Well, what if we do this move b5? What's b5 here?
How is it to play a4?
Yes. So I guess we have to push b4 now.
Yeah, and knight
Knight
d5.
d5.
Yeah.
So can I grab this one, or is that?
You can.
But you're not. You will just take b4 maybe, or
Yeah.
So here knight b4. Huh?
Mm.
Yeah, it's maybe not ideal.
No.
Or hard to analyze this. But I think we optically we like this for white, right?
Mm.
Just some initiative on the queen side. Yeah, maybe b5 is a bit too early. Yeah, bishop e6 does look.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
it
it
looks
does
good.
look like a yeah.
Is it like a
I
normal
do
move?
like to make this move.
Mm.
I mean, such a move is possible as well. I guess the bishop has to drop back to g1.
Mm.
And maybe bishop g5 or something like to try to. I don't know how good that is, but
Knight d5 maybe.
oh yeah, let's show that. This is a bit because 97 is
Yeah, knight b6
yeah.
also.
Yeah, and even after castle, it's just it's really the rook is just trapped.
Mm.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how this develops because it's not easy to mix it up against a prepared opponent like Jordan here.
Could we play knight bd7?
Knight bd7. Yes. Maybe castles.
Yeah. What about bishop b6?
Should be to trade the right pieces.
Yes. Protecting d5 if he takes.
Yeah, I guess we do have to take, right? I still think white is slightly better here, but maybe just even like bishop e2 or knight c5 or it's small, but let's say bishop e2. But you could also imagine that it slowly king e7, rook d8, maybe.
I also thought about bishop d7.
Bishop d7. Yeah, I was.
But knight f5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe this is annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, and also rook d6 things after.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, so I would be curious to know if Magnus is aware of this because he's spending a lot of time.
Yes.
And I think he's just spending the time to figure out where he wants to go. You know what I mean? It's not like he's really unaware of this position.
No.
But it's very hard to take Jordan somewhere where Magnus has some winning chances. It's not so easy here. It'll be interesting to see what he's planning. Should we see Niels? We haven't seen Niels for a while.
This Lopez, Cordell.
Yeah, we were here, I think. We were thinking about a4.
Yep.
And then black plays a5, of course. But bishop g5 is the move played.
Yeah.
And h6.
Yeah.
And judging by the speed, bishop g5 did not come as a surprise for Niels. Bishop h4. One of those eternal questions if you push g5 as well.
Yeah, so how is it d?
I think it's d6, right?
I think it's d6.
Yeah. Because I assume that this is too much, right? Don't we take it just or?
Yeah, I think so.
And then, well, something
Yeah.
will give. This looks very dangerous, to say the least.
I think it's this.
Yeah, d6 plate. D6
Yeah.
plate. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so g5 might come, but in the right moment.
Yes.
Not just yet.
And now I know you can grab a pawn if you like. Which you can take on c6.
Yeah, let's show that. Bishop takes e6, b takes e6, d takes e5, I think. D takes e5. Takes on d8 as well?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, I think so.
rook takes d8,
And you take
knight takes e5.
yeah. But this should be, as I remember it,
Yeah, I think this is pretty fine.
yeah, for black should be you have bishop a6 later on, and
Yeah, I'm just doubting. Do you go g5 first? Do you go bishop a6? What's the? It all looks fine. Like g5, bishop g3, knight takes e4, knight takes c6, and a rook move. Maybe rook e8 or.
yeah, I don't.
But you have to be precise. Maybe.
Yeah, I try to remember because I have this old book by Keres, I think. Sportverlag.
Sportverlag.
Oh,
Yeah. I have the full series at home.
Yeah, so do
Yeah,
I.
yeah.
And I think this book is from the 70s, maybe.
Yeah, it's amazing, but because it's a pretty good book.
Yes, I looked
It's
a lot.
really yeah.
Especially this book with
Yeah.
with this variation, but it's a long time ago.
Yes. But the good thing is that Niels, he is very aware of all of this. So
and Erwin is not. It looks like.
Well, at the very least, he needs some time to figure it out.
Yeah.
He's been spending half an hour already. And do you have some quiet ways to play here?
I think
just to keep the game going
Yeah.
and not because the line we just saw it's not something I think Adogmus is very thrilled to go for because it may just end in a
I think
inequality.
A4
A4 here
is one move as I remember it.
and then if A6.
I think in the Keres book it says A5, but I'm not sure.
Instead of A6.
Yes.
Aha. Okay.
Because you want
Keres says so.
Yeah, because you want to have this bishop A6 move later on. If you play A6,
Oh, of course. Oh, of course. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let's show that. Now, of course, in the same line that we just had, there is no more bishop A6. Of course, though. That is actually the reason, of course. Yeah.
And I can also
yeah.
put the pawn on A5 if I want to.
Yeah, so A5 is that's quite instructive. Yeah. Because ideally, I would, as white, I would, when I'm not prepared, I would try to make some moves to keep some tension in the position and not go for anything too forcing. Because I would assume my opponent
knows
has it worked out.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there is such an option here.
As I remember it, I used to play Queen D3 myself.
Queen D3, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't look so good. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it looks. I don't know how it looks.
Because you want to, then you want to come with a knight to D2 and knight to C4.
Yes. So essentially, after knight D2, you mean black can take on D4.
Yes.
So Queen D3 is a way to stabilize the center before going knight D2, Q1, and then you.
And then knight C4 and.
Yes.
Everything is working.
Because I assume if white manages this, then black is in trouble, just right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, so there is a move.
Yeah, I'm relying fully on you right
Yeah,
now.
and I try to rely on my memory, and I know it's not working very well. I remember something with moving the knight on C6 and then play pawn to C6, but how does it work?
Is this terrible? Probably is, huh? I mean, I thought maybe there is some move like knight before now,
Mhm. Yeah.
and perhaps that was an idea.
Yeah, I have to find my book when I come home. My Keres book.
Yes, and then tomorrow you'll tell us
Yeah.
all about it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's leave this
Mm.
for.
But A4 is not.
No, A4 is.
Not play.
I think that this is the current position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we go to Abdusattorov against.
Yeah, the last thing I think
Yeah.
he does show good preparation in
Yeah.
the last. I mean, today and.
And yesterday.
I mean, he hasn't shown much, but at least
No.
he has surprised his opponent. He's half an hour up on the clock. Yesterday against the guys,
Yes.
he lost the game, but it's okay. The dragon worked out well. He got a fine game. So in terms of preparation, he's making good choices. I think.
I actually was quite happy with the game yesterday compared to the two first rounds.
I thought it was a big plus from because the first two games they were just he was not himself. I think. And yesterday was just a very nice fight. Woodward.
Okay.
Because 95, you remember that pawn sacrifice? He did not go for what we were looking at. I mean, we were wondering how White would reply to this. I guess he thought that either f4 immediately or knight c3 that this would give White compensation. We didn't see any very clear way, but it did look like there was some compensation. Instead, he played bishop takes d5, ed. Of course, as we said, 95 bishop f5 is a double attack. Doesn't work. So he played knight b4. And we also looked at this a bit, and we thought it looks bad.
What did we do? We
played bishop f5.
Yeah.
But I guess we have to. We need to have another look at it. So is he just gonna grab the d5 pawn with something like rook d5? Very bold way of playing. I really do not like the look of it, but at the same time, it's hard to refute it. So what if I try bishop e3? I guess rook d5, and now I move the queen, and I'm trying to trap that rook later on. So let's say I go to b1 maybe. It's a bit weird, I admit. Also c3 move sometimes, c3, c4 to.
Okay, it's not trapped, but it will end up on a5. The rook, not very nice.
Yeah, but for example, if we go bishop e7, you mean, eh?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Shouldn't it be trapped now? It would be very unfair if it's. I mean, here, knight c6 and c4. Yeah, this should not work. Rook a5, b4, rook a4, and
I thought maybe you could play g6
instead of bishop e7. Yeah, of course, bishop e7 is not a serious move. So g6. I'll have to drop back to h3.
Yeah.
No other choice. That's probably a good inclusion for black. But still, this is a threat, right? a3.
So you could save the rook with e4, but then we give away all squares.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be
f4 and d4, and
I mean, it's maybe not easy to outright refute it,
but it looks. But the queen on b1 is, of course, not...
Yeah, it's a very complicated position.
Yeah.
How is knight c3 here?
So why didn't I start with e4 immediately to hit the bishop?
Yeah, I was hoping for bishop takes e4, but I realize now that that might not really work at all. Or does it? Here?
Well, knight d3.
d3, knight f4 does... Knight takes f. I mean, the idea being if you take on f4, then queen takes e4, and then white wins back the knight under very good circumstances. But I guess knight takes f4 is not forced at all. Maybe knight f2. This knight.
I take it.
With the bishop, I guess. Yeah, knight takes f4.
So I want to give this check again.
Queen e4, but yeah, I guess here, without that pawn, it's probably no longer anything at all.
No.
Aha. So let's drop back a little bit. Knight b4, this was the starting position. Bishop f5 looks logical. Rook c5, bishop e3, rook d5, queen b1. We could argue. I thought it makes some sense to keep an eye on d3 and e4. And now you play e4. Do we have other moves like knight g3 maybe, just to attack it? Yeah, this looks stronger.
Yeah.
If not, just...
So again, I changed my mind. So I played g6 first.
You do play g6 first,
Yes.
okay.
I have
Okay,
to...
we're getting to the core of things now. Bishop h3.
And I play e4 because I...
Now e4.
I think I need...
And what did we say here? Was it knight c3, I think, eh? Was the last attempt. Because I thought that it could be interesting to go bishop d4 and then threaten once the rook leaves the d5 square. For instance, rook e5, bishop d4 is just very bad news, I guess.
We should play rook h5.
Maybe rook h5, yes. Bishop d4. I mean, some people take on h3 in such positions,
but normally you need a follow-up.
Yeah, you need a follow-up. Yeah.
I can wait one move.
But maybe just d5. This doesn't look so bad, I think, for black. Maybe even quite good. Even. I mean, once you get to develop, it's probably just a very good position. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the critical positions. She has played bishop f5. And without thinking, or barely, I should say, rook c7 came. So everything we just looked at
will not happen.
Will not happen.
No.
Well, I mean, I thought rook c5 made sense because then you really win that pawn. While after rook c7, which is the game continuation, she played knight c3, and now, okay, the pawn is protected. So this is a bit confusing to me. I'm wondering, isn't
the knight on b4?
Isn't this looking suddenly extremely good for white, or?
So there should be an exchange sacrifice later on c3 and then take on d5.
Yeah, but I mean, immediately, or let's say bishop e7.
I don't know where do I want my bishop?
I mean, maybe g6 is
G6,
also
yeah.
yeah. So g6, bishop h3, let's say.
Yeah. Whereas we can take it, and maybe bishop g7.
Yes. And now after a3, you really want, yeah, you have to take because the pawn is protected. So rook takes c3 is the only move. B takes, I mean, a takes b.
Some people will take on h3. Oh.
Yes, it does look pretty. Yeah,
yeah.
It does look pretty. But
some people will go back.
Yeah, most people probably.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe to c4 or. It doesn't look so clear.
No,
it doesn't look so clear.
It's probably white should take the rook.
Yes, probably you take the rook. Knight takes d5, and something like c4. I think white is much better here.
Yeah.
I really don't believe this at all.
Because the bishop is not bad at all.
Not bad at all, and the rook will come at some point. I'm a bit surprised with the whole thing. I mean, it could be that we missed something here, and that rook c5 is also not a good move. But I'm pretty sure that rook c7, that after knight c3, that black is in big trouble. I mean, you could save the knight with a move like a5, but that's very ugly.
Yes.
That's very ugly. Yeah, with some small reservation, I would say that this has gone Zuzhinet's way so far. A lot of questions we have. A lot of questions we have. I mean, it all started from this moment after 95. We were not at all sure why this was so great for white. And yeah, then this happened. And rook c5 seemed...
This is a forcing way to play.
Yeah, you're winning the d5 pawn. There's just white needs to give this to sacrifice it. There's no other way. I mean, maybe bishop e3 is not the only move. And surely it's not the only move. But at least now on knight c3, if you play like in the game, you can just capture it. And that's a whole different story. Okay, that's good news for Zuzhinet. I think she's doing very well. Should we move on to...
Yeah. We want to see Abdusattorov against Erigaisi. Cool leaders.
Yes, because we haven't really spoken much about this game yet. Castle, rook c1, bishop e6.
Going back without being forced to.
Yes, I'm trying to come up with a smart thing to say about that move, but it's not. Yeah, is that logic? Sorry, is that logical to? Probably there's some concrete reason why. But generally, you would think that you first make the moves you would anyway make, and then you'll reposition the pieces. But I assume there's some concrete reason why you don't start with c6, let's say. Because it does seem a bit odd to start with this one, especially after white's next move, because Abdusattorov went bishop g3. Now he played c6 and knight to f4, and now he goes back.
That's deep.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep. And then after white's next move, it gets exchanged. So it did a little dance between f5, e6, and then...
So now we have this Karlsbad
structure,
yeah. Minority attack.
That's the main plan. So we should probably let's just knight e4, q3, knight takes c3. This is the current position.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the main ideas, of course, in this structure. Let me just illustrate it by taking with the queen. Let's say knight e7 castle is for white to push the
Mm.
queenside pawns and try to create some weaknesses
Yeah.
on the queenside. That's one of the main ideas.
Yeah.
And perhaps also the only one here, because there are already some pieces exchanged. Normally there are also some other plans. For instance, f3 e4 is one plan, but already with 2 sets of minor pieces exchanged, it doesn't seem very promising. Also, to establish a knight on e5 is not a very big deal here. So it really has to come down to this, I think. For now, though, Najdorf is contemplating which way to recapture on c3. Well, yeah, this was interesting, right? Bishop e6,
Mm.
bishop g3, c6, knight f4, bishop 5 back.
Mm.
I mean, imagine c6 would have been played. Would he would probably not have gone bishop g3, right?
No, knight g3.
Probably knight g3 he would have played. And after bishop g6, something like h4,
Yeah.
h5. Yeah, I think I've maybe seen this h6, h5, bishop h7, bishop d3, and then try to get to the f5 square with the knight, something like this. Yeah, so it's very likely that he was very well aware of this position, and that's why he went here. Because now after knight g3, maybe you want to play c5 in one go. That's also sometimes an idea, of course. Yeah, it's very subtle, these positions. It's very hard to just give a quick assessment on them. But what is clear, though, that here it is, I think most likely that he will take on c3 with a piece and not with a pawn, right?
And b7 is not hanging?
Ah, that's a good question. Let's see.
I'm not sure. Probably it's not.
Is b7 hanging? So we could first take a pawn, right?
Yeah.
And attack a rook also.
So we have to play rook a1, I think.
Rook a1, but maybe queen b6.
Oh.
Because the problem is that after exchanging, the rook immediately defends the knight on a2.
But try knight c1.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, worst case you can take it.
Yeah,
and it will not. And also a check is probably not. Probably a check first is even better. Yeah.
King f1.
King f1 only move,
Yes.
right? Because going here or here, then there's so king f1. But at the very least, I think this is 2 pieces for the rook. It's probably just winning for black.
Yeah.
So b7, I think we can conclude is not really hanging. Is this an option?
Yeah.
I kind of dismissed it earlier, but do you push b5 in such a position, or?
Yeah, with the rook on a1, then a4 would have been a good move against b5.
Yes.
But now the rook is on c1.
Yes, so exactly with the pawn on a4, because it's hard to the pin is hard. And how is a4 now?
So
just go a6 or?
Yeah, a6.
I was wondering if this could also be played for. Does look slightly more pleasant for white. Maybe castle or. But yeah, once you get knight d7, knight b6, and knight to c4, things can also easily be more than fine for black. So it's. Yeah, I understand Najdorf is taking his time because it's quite important which recapture he's choosing. Jordan, against Magnus, or you have other?
Now we can take a look
Yeah.
because they're going.
Let's see. Oh, this looks very familiar.
Yeah, and now
But they're still following the game.
mm,
And I played b5 here. Is that right? I already forgot. I already forgot. Let me see. So embarrassing. Yeah, I played b5 here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that Magnus will do that. I wanna, by the way, just point out that there's a 50-minute difference already on the clock.
Oh,
I mean, that's quite significant, I think. I think, yeah, 50 minutes at this point. And the game, yeah, essentially is just starting. It's move 11. Is he gonna go bishop c8 back? Is that the?
but then you promise us that Jordan will not play
Knight b3.
knight b3.
Yeah, I still think he won't, but I'm not sure he's gonna move the bishop either. Aha, I think there was one more idea I had I suddenly now remember something. I thought something along these lines during the game. And I think it's also, come to think of it, you can also do it via a5. I think it's maybe a bit more logical. Bishop a5. Knight takes b7, and you could also I mean, this is also definitely an option. No, I definitely don't think that bishop c8 is the only move here, if I recall correctly. But he's taking a lot of time. A lot of time.
Yeah.
I mean, 52 minutes down on the clock. After, yeah, he has made 10 moves. Just that's.
How long? How much time did you use in this until this?
Less. Less, but didn't help either way.
No.
Yeah, it's.
We take a look at Niels.
Let's see Niels.
Because I remember him telling me one more move at lunch.
So a4, a5 happened.
Yeah.
As you predicted, and queen c1.
I remember him saying queen c1 somewhere, and I didn't understand what he was talking about. Just said that, and then somewhere queen c1, and now we have it on the board.
And he did play queen e7 rather quickly.
Yeah.
So perhaps it was this one.
Yeah.
And rook e1 on the board. And here too, it's almost 50 minutes difference on the clock. And they're also on move 11.
So the point with queen c1 is that it stops g5, I guess.
Yes, and you don't go to, yeah, let's just show that. Because of g5, there's of course knight takes g5.
And take with the queen.
hg, queen takes g5, and the knight drops. So, and at the same time, it's not, I mean, you don't go to d2 because you want to leave that square for the knight, potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially. So what does that mean? How should black do you think he's still in preparation here?
How does he look? Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can see it on.
Oh yeah, he's just memorize. Yeah.
How was it? How was it?
Yeah. No, he's not thinking. He's not having the thinking pose.
No.
He's having the recollecting pose.
Trying to see the computer before him. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have different type of some players, they just blitz out without thinking.
Mm.
I'm also more of this school, just making sure I'm not mixing up anything.
Yeah.
Because the 1 minute you spend extra recollecting it might
Mm.
it might be very useful if it means that you don't mix up any lines here. Yeah, let's we have, by the way, a move by Magnus. He has gone for that bishop a5 move that we
Finally,
spoke
yeah.
about. Yeah, so it's no longer my game. I feel
No.
already much better now.
Yeah.
Pressure was on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I played b5, which was not a great move.
No.
Bishop f5 perhaps is better. So does that mean that after knight b7 he wants to go for this move bishop b4, or just to capture? What do you think?
So if you play bishop b4, you
Yeah, you can even force it, right? With
Yeah.
a3. I think there's no point to it really. I think he wants to take on c3.
Can we take a look?
Yeah.
Take.
Let's.
And
And I assume knight takes e4, right?
Yeah.
And I think the good news for Carlsen is that, of course, structurally speaking, yeah, you could say he's winning.
Yes.
So if he manages to bring his pieces out, 97 castle, centralize the rooks, etc., he could just be gaining an advantage.
Mm.
But I assume that there's something here in the short term that's not that makes this not as easy. Perhaps knight takes b7 is also not the only move.
No.
How is knight takes e6, for instance?
So if I take back.
Yeah, and now I was wondering either bishop d2 or bishop d3. I don't know if this is a positional threat or not. I mean, if it is, then maybe this is nicer.
And if this is nice, then we should have taken on c3.
Yes, then that's the next step, yeah. So not to recapture, but to take here and play here. But now you can make moves like rook b1,
yes.
for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow I like this. I mean, optically, I like this direction more than the one where white takes on b7. That looks a bit. This seems to have a bit more venom. This position.
So two bishops in an open.
Yes.
In an open position.
It would surprise me if white is not better here. So knight takes e6 is what we're expecting for now. He's taking his time, I think. Yeah, this is not recollecting what we're seeing now.
You only knew one game. You only knew your game, maybe.
Perhaps. Yeah.
So this is the new move.
Yeah, I also don't think that. I mean, when you play Magnus and you prepare e4,
you don't expect the knight of course.
It's one of the options, but everything is an option.
Yes.
He can play e5, and then within e5 he can play different systems. He can play Caro-Kann. That's very possible. He can play the French.
Yeah.
He can play some kind of modern. He can basically do anything. So, to check the Najdorf, then play f4, then look at this endgame, which is also not a given, and then within that endgame to know about bishop a5. It's possible. Jordan is generally extremely well prepared. But it also wouldn't surprise me if this is the moment where he is on his own. I mean, body language-wise, it looks like the game has started for him as well. And I usually like this school of taking a bit of time when you're out of book. I mean, especially when I was younger, I would blitz out my moves, and then I would continue blitzing
Okay.
and just squander everything along the way. While my opponent was already locked in, thought about the position, and I would just get outplayed. I think that's one of those things you learn over time, that you have to spend some time now and then. Yeah, I definitely don't think knight takes b7 is coming. I think he's going to take on e6. And I think fe will come. And now something like bishop d2 or bishop d3. Small advantage for white, but nothing major. I don't think Magnus will be overly scared of this endgame. But it will be hard for him to try anything. I think it's hard to play this for a win, I think. We haven't checked in with Woodward for a while. We were a bit surprised with the developments there. G6 bishop h3 happened, and now I think Andy really went into the tank.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think he's in trouble. Just big trouble. Knight on b4 is completely out, and all those exchange sacrifices. Yeah, we looked at them a bit.
The white squares are so weak.
Yeah. Open b file, rook b1, b7 is weak. Yeah, I think he's in trouble. Nothing much, no major updates, in fact.
So how bad is it if we play a5?
a5.
Because we need a square for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But I agree. We don't like it.
Definitely don't like it.
No.
So can we try something like knight b5? I'm just trying to really refute it now. I don't know if it's possible, but I guess rook c5.
Yeah.
And now c4. My idea is that if you take on c4, then you play queen a4, and suddenly this could get very awkward. Could get really awkward.
So if I play knight c6, then maybe
it's hanging. The rook is
sorry.
Yeah.
It's not defending.
Yeah, the knight is also pinned.
And then it's
well, and 97, the funny line I think is bishop g5 now. And that bishop cannot be taken because knight takes. Oh, maybe it can.
Yeah.
I was going to announce mate in 2, but knight takes d6, bishop takes d6 actually gives the king a square on f8. Oh, that's painful. It was such a nice line.
But yeah.
Okay, so bishop g5. Yeah, and the same. I mean, after bishop g5, there's no other. Anything else? I mean, bishop takes d7, but king e6. Yeah, this is already not so clear anymore.
No.
I mean, not that clear. Let's say maybe it's also good, but still, this position should be very good for white, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe a3 just asking where the knight is going. Yeah, this should really be winning, I think. So bishop a3, a5, knight b5, rook c5, c4. Yeah, I think this is very problematic. Maybe bishop g7 to quickly get the king out. This could maybe still be fighting chance. But just positionally, I like white's position here. Yeah, a5, of course, it's not a happy move, but I think it might come because you don't want to a3 is coming. So how to stop it?
We cannot stop it, but we have to respond with a sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, it's either that exchange sacrifice. So let's say
Mm.
I think we looked at bishop g7, a3, rook takes c3, and bc, knight d5, c4, and we thought this is, yeah, well, hopeless is a big word, but
Yes.
it's bad. It's just bad. And then the other option would be to try to save the knight with a5, and then we try to win by force, which is maybe not at all needed, but it looked like fun. Yeah, and come to think of it, knight b5, rook c5 can also play here maybe.
Okay, take on
Here and then queen
a4.
a4.
I want to take on d5 instead.
On
d5.
rook d5.
Yeah.
Queen a4.
And now knight c6.
Does this work? Yeah, maybe this.
And
I was thinking I'll win the rook, but I don't see how.
I have a very active rook on d5.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But maybe it's lost some. Bishop e3 and then c4.
Yeah, I do really like the look of it. But even let's say if you just do bishop g5, bishop g7, rook a1. Okay, it's not the most. Even this looks great to me. Yeah, Andy, though, one of the most resourceful kids out there. I mean, he's gonna come up with some kind of defense, I think. But it's he needs to find the really good one.
And he's really trying. The time.
Yes.
So he has used a lot of time.
It looks like he's about to make a move. Well, maybe not. And yeah, Jordan really started thinking, right, in that position of the bishop a5, so we can be pretty sure he's out of book.
So we can go to Niels.
Yes. Oh, a lot of moves.
Yeah.
So e takes d4. That's of course a big decision.
Yeah, because you're giving
center opening up. So this is not a decision you take lightly. By which I mean, I assume that it's prepared.
Yes.
That is what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, you don't make a decision like that just in, what is it, 3-4 minutes.
Yes.
Bishop takes c6. Of course, that's a must, because otherwise, if you recapture, then just knight takes. So bishop c6, bc, c takes d4. And now queen e6.
Yeah, you have to step out of the pin.
Yeah, that is a very nice feeling to finally step out of this pin. It took 2 moves, queen e7, queen e6. But now the queen is out. And of course, long term with those bishops, life is not so bad. I mean, white has the center. But it's definitely not out of the question that black takes over in this type of position.
c6 is hanging.
c6 is hanging, but is that really hanging, or is it... Maybe it is.
Yeah, but still there is 2 bishops.
Yeah, it's... I'm not too worried here. For Niels. But he should come up with a good reply, of course. Do you see a good...
I would like to move the bishop, of course, on c8, because I have to protect my rook on a8.
Yes, so either to d7 or
a6, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then queen c2 back.
Yeah. And if you then can play knight c3 to protect...
Yeah, now we just need one more move, yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming that Niels has it worked. That's why I'm not so eager to try to work it, because I'm pretty sure. I mean, he spent about 10 minutes on the game. It's mostly been recollecting.
Yes.
If Edok Moves will take on c6, Niels will show us why it's not a very big deal. Could also be something like bishop b7, bishop a6 options, I think. But maybe it doesn't make much sense for us to try and reinvent the wheel here. It is played, huh?
Yeah, it took.
It is on the board.
Yeah. And now, trying to remember again.
Yeah, I think he's recollecting.
Yeah. And that is always the problem when you play a variation for the first time, which I think Niels is doing. It's
Yeah,
a little bit more difficult to remember the variations.
Yeah. But generally, I think Niels is good in recollecting these things. He's a really good theoretician. I still have faith in Niels here. Not, I think it's going to be fine.
And I am, of course, as always, worried.
Yeah, but that's a normal state of affairs,
Yes.
I think.
Okay, he came up with a move.
Andy, let's see Andy.
Yeah. Played rook c4.
Played rook c4. Okay, that's nice because we hadn't yet seen that move.
Is it on its way to d4?
Yes, yeah. So there's a clear idea. After a3, he wants to go rook d4. And after we move the queen, he wants to play knight takes d5. Yeah, so that's a very clear idea. However, a3 is not forced at all. For instance, the first question I have is bishop e3 just renewing the threat of a3.
So this would mean that we later on sacrifice the exchange, then we will hit the bishop.
Yeah, you mean after bishop g7, a3, rook takes c3.
Yeah.
bc knight. It is a slightly better version.
Yeah,
because then the bishop is attacked. But to say that it's that is great.
It's another thing.
It's another thing.
But could I have played instead of bishop g7, I played queen c7.
Queen c7 here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say a3 first.
Yeah, I sacrificed my exchange.
Yeah, and now you want to really win a pawn, huh?
Yeah. Because you cannot play c4.
Yes.
And I hit the bishop.
Yeah. I'm not really feeling it. But maybe I'm too pessimistic. How to do this? Well, it is definitely the best version we've seen so far. That is for sure.
Yeah.
So if I drop back to d2, I mean, a bit of a modest move, but
probably I should develop, because if I take on c3, you want to play queen f4. What do you want to play?
I was thinking something along the lines of maybe here. That king on e8 is still yeah. Maybe if the bishop is already on e7 or g7 and black gets the castle, but
okay,
for example b5 there's a4, I think, and if b4 to keep the position closed, I think queen e2 is very strong. It starts to collapse a little bit, I think.
So we should not go for the pawn, maybe
in this position to go bishop g7 maybe or something. Yeah, and if rook b1, then some b5.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Definitely the best thing we've seen so far.
So maybe he found a good defense, if you can call it that.
We were sure.
Yeah.
We were sure that he's gonna do something. Look, he's extremely resourceful. That's all those thousands bullet games that he's played.
Yeah.
So what about rook e1 here? Because now after rook d4, I have the idea to simply take it.
Yes.
So rook e1, you could say threatens a3 again. Maybe bishop e7.
Yeah. So I can play rook d4.
And we could then maybe play here, or once again threaten a3. Does that work?
Can I play rook?
Yeah,
d4?
I wanted to take on d4.
Okay, okay,
and then go bishop f6, just for fun.
Take on c3.
Take on c3. Yeah. It's maybe not really better, huh?
No, because the knight is now taking d5 probably.
Yeah, this is not at all convincing. No. I'm getting a bit carried away with the tactics. But then maybe rook e1 is also not a very big deal.
No.
If black can just go bishop e7. Yeah. No, I think bishop e3 is the most obvious one to prevent. And then you wanted to go queen c7 to get that improved version of the exchange sacrifice.
Yes.
And then the question is how good / bad is it? Yeah, I would still feel that there's something better, but it's not easy to. One question. If I go a3, rook c3, a takes b4.
Of course, you have to check if I can take on c2.
Yes, and now something like maybe bishop b6 first, or b5, or rook, or even rook c1, just to exchange everything and enter on the c file. Yeah, how is bishop b6? Because if you, you want to, I guess, so I guess queen c4.
Yeah.
But now this should be, I think, winning. If we exchange everything.
Take.
Because after knight d5, which is not forced, but I think there is this classic, maybe all the way here, huh? Just for. Yeah.
We don't run.
But this is maybe not, it's not entirely for, but this does look dangerous, very, very dangerous.
Absolutely.
Maybe this is the way, in fact, and not to go for the exchange, just to take on b4. Yeah, because also rook c4, there's b5. It starts to. I mean, besides that, there's a move like c3, which probably also gives a huge positional advantage, but. Yeah, so for now we're thinking rook c4, bishop e3, queen c7, and a3, and now after rook c, so not to recapture on c3, but to take on b4. Yeah, it could be the game where Janeire wins her first. It's extremely promising. How is Nordibek doing? One of our many leaders in the tournament.
Yeah.
So he took with the rook on c3. We were speaking about that, about this critical moment where you could take with the queen, the pawn, and the rook. He took with the rook finally. Queen b6, castle, knight d7, a4. Rook fc8. I'm just taking us to the live position. Rook fc1, knight f6, a5, queen a6, and bishop to h4.
So the queen on a6.
Isn't it absolutely horrible for black? Or
Yeah, the queen on a6 is this. This is not the right square, I guess.
this looks. I mean, that last move is very strong. I think. I mean, if black just gets one more move, 94, I think there's maybe not so much wrong here. But after bishop h4, he threatens to take. So let's make a non-move. Bishop 6, and just knight c5,
right.
and it just, I mean, it just starts collapsing. I mean, you could maybe even improve. You could maybe even make such a move and really try to even keep the a5 pawn. It looks horrendous after bishop h4. Yeah, I don't know. I think.
Yeah, and if we let white come to b7, then it's always
I mean,
good.
the moment the a pawn is traded for the b pawn. I mean, in this case, actually, there are things hanging immediately. But in general, once this trade is happening, then black's pawn structure is just so bad that
he will lose a pawn.
He's bound to lose the game. Yeah, we don't have any agents. We should maybe note that sometimes for the viewers at home.
They can use
So we don't really know, with 100% certainty what's going on. So we're always a little bit afraid to give too strong opinions.
Yes.
But in this case, I don't think I'm very afraid to say that white is maybe positionally winning already. I just don't see the reply to bishop takes f6. This very simple.
So we could try to defend b7.
With rook a b8 maybe, or
maybe rook, maybe not rook c7. I'm not sure.
Or rook c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
But now I can take him.
Yeah, I guess takes, and knight c5. I mean, at the minimum, this is possible. Queen b6, I guess, and then knight c5 back. And yeah, long torture incoming.
Bishop e7, I guess.
Yeah, bishop 7, and then knight to d3. And yeah, this is the dream position from the Carlsbad. Black's structure just completely ruined. Yeah, and it's a bit remarkable just how quickly that happened. I don't know. I mean, queen b6 looks normal, knight d7 looks normal. Perhaps somewhere here already things start to get out of control because after a5 it's just
Mm.
He's played h6. Yeah, essentially, yeah. I think Nordibek will take on f6. Now, I guess you do it before g5 comes.
Mm.
Because that bishop does a good job defending the square c5. I mean, knight c5, for instance, bishop takes c5 would be, I think, a way to ruin things. But bishop f6 is, yeah, gf is just too ugly. That's just not happening.
No.
So bishop f6, and then knight c5. Or, like I said, queen b4 to threaten knight c5. This is the most ambitious way, you could say. Try to
But could I play
squeeze the maximum out of it.
b6 off? Because you cannot take because the knight is hanging.
Ah, yes. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the issue. And if I would go to a3 instead, to keep the knight protected. Because now b6, I think white can just take.
Mm.
I guess there's no clear downside to that. Well, this one. I mean, I still quite like knight c5. This is very clear cut. Just pick up b7. I guess with the knight, then drop back the knight to c5 to d3 and just start pressing c6. The knight on d3 is so beautiful also. Protecting b2, making sure the pawn on c6 cannot go to c5. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's a dream position. Dream position.
We take a look at Woodward again.
Woodward.
Yes.
Oh.
She played
f4.
Yeah, she played
nice.
completely different.
Nice. Yeah, a move we didn't consider, but it looks very, very, very strong at first sight.
So let's try rook d4 because we have to. Or do you want to play queen e2?
Rook d4? I think queen e2.
Queen e2, yes.
Queen e2. She just wants to break through on e5. There's no time to take on d5.
No.
I mean, yeah.
e4.
Yeah, e4 is what he played in this position.
Yeah, direct.
He played e4 immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So if we play a3.
Yeah, the problem is that we were all the time thinking that rook d4 comes after a3. But with f4, e4 included, I guess you can just play this move now. There no longer is an option for rook d4. So this becomes a question again. And if bc, knight takes d5. Yeah, it's
c4.
It's so dubious. So dubious. Bishops, I mean, rook b1, bishop, or bishop b2, queen d4, f5. Very dubious position. Yeah, so I think f4 is maybe very strong. So yeah, a3 might be. She might also. I mean, this doesn't feel like she's in any rush.
No.
To be honest, move like queen e2 can also be considered. I think. Also looks very strong. f5. So many interesting options. That's she has time-wise. She's doing very fine as well. She has an hour, NDS 35 minutes. Yeah, so far this is gone Janeire's way completely.
Yeah,
that's clear. So we have two games which already got out of hand. We could say, right? I think Najdorf is
good.
Yeah, let's say
better.
Positionally winning. Could we say that against Irigaisi, and Janeire is doing great against Andy Woodward. We haven't looked at the Carlsen game for a while.
Because nothing is happening almost. Only bishop
We have
d3.
only bishop d3 after 35 minutes of thought.
Mm.
Wow. 35 minutes he spent. Yeah, I don't think we'll be spending 35 minutes here.
No. Should we take a look at Niels?
Yes.
So we take a look at the Niels game. So he took on.
So he played. He took that pawn. That is actually nice that we get an answer now.
Yeah.
Bishop d7, queen c2, g5, bishop g3, knight h5. Aha, so it is long term. In fact, he's not winning back the pawn immediately. I guess he's intending something connected with f5 maybe.
Yeah, so he's going to play with the two bishops.
Yes. So let's say I go knight c3 here. How does that? I mean, I should probably point out that black can always win back this pawn in this way, but that really weakens all the squares. It's not really something you want to do, I think. Just knight f5, queen d2, knight d5. It looks pretty horrible, in fact. So I don't think that's his idea at all.
Could we also include d5 if he plays g4?
Even that's possible. Yeah. No, it's just. Now I'm guessing something like this is coming. Because in a position like this, after ef, queen f, and rook takes f5, I think black has pretty decent composition in the endgame. Knight f4 coming.
And also b2 and a4.
Yes, targets.
Yeah.
b4 is a target, a4, b2. It's it is important, I think, to take with the rook, not to, because I don't think you want to allow this one.
No.
Because once knight takes b6 comes, d6 is a target, and so rook takes f5, and this type of position is something that I think Niels doesn't mind.
No.
And Magnus, he did go back to c8 now. After bishop d3. So he gave Jordan the chance after bishop a5 to capture on e6. And we thought fe bishop d2 or bishop d3 would be slightly better for white. Jordan played bishop d3. And now Magnus says, no more.
No.
You can no longer take that bishop. Yeah, it's possible, of course, that black can take over it. Structurally speaking, black is not doing badly at all. Like, let's try to make a few moves. What's normal here? Well, one move I think, which is looking normal at first, is cuts, but I think this is already a little bit.
Problem with the knight.
A little bit difficult to meet knight g4, bishop d2, bishop b6, and suddenly, I mean, maybe you can still save it, but it doesn't look very very comfortable with b5 coming. Actually, it looks terrible. And yeah, do you want to go bishop d2 to prevent? Because I'm a bit afraid of something like let's say we don't go knight g4. Hypothetically, let's say something like this is not forced at all, but let's say something like this is a position. This is the kind of position that I would be afraid of as white, where black managed to trade a few pieces. Structure is still in black's favor. Pawn on b7 is not weak. Bishop on c6 is great. e4 is the target. White has two bishops, but they're not really working. Such a position would be, I think, exactly what Magnus wants. So that's the kind of thing you want to avoid.
So then we have to play bishop d2.
Yeah, if you want to prevent bishop takes c3. But now, yeah, knight d7. I already think black is fine. I think he should have taken on e6.
Yeah.
It's, but I feel like maybe too judgmental today. I'm a little bit too.
But that's good.
I should maybe keep my cool a bit. But I feel like Magnus has done this well. Bishop a5 and then bishop c8, keeping the bishops.
I want to see Niels again.
Niels.
Yeah, because
let's see Niels.
Oh,
it's really
e5 was played.
So we're on move 17. Dogmus played e5 and has 19 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
Against 1 hour 10 from Niels. I mean, I know we're always saying he's a great blitz player at Dogmus, but it must count for something. 19 minutes. And his last move, yeah, it's fairly logical. And it prevents this move f5 we were talking about, because after f5, I guess he just wants to go e takes d6. And attack the queen simultaneously. So how do you play against, how do you meet this threat?
If we take on g3, there is not a big threat, at least.
Take here.
Yeah. Because then we can always take back with the queen. d6, but
I also feel it's a concession to take that bishop.
You wanted to go for the bishop with f5.
Yeah.
Trap it.
Well, I was thinking that in positions that we saw, like we played knight c3, I think, f5, that line we saw earlier. I was thinking that here the bishop is quite stupid on g3. Maybe we can even play around it. Knight f6, knight d5, maybe bishop c6. I wanted to keep it alive, yeah. To just it's staring at the pawn on d6. And yeah, so I would think that this is something white wouldn't mind all that much. Of course, it's still concrete. Like such a move is there. I guess ed or
yeah, probably
because moving the knight, bishop takes d4. It's a that looks not good. So I guess ed, queen d6, and knight e5.
Yeah.
And now you would really much prefer to have the pawn back on g7, I think. It's a bit ugly. White will just develop, knight c3, rook d1. Doesn't look so pleasant to me. Maybe it's okay, but...
Let's say I take on d4 with
yeah.
Bishop.
Maybe knight d2. I want to, just to point that out, to go bishop 5, knight c4. I think this is a nice trade.
So I play bishop e6, maybe.
Bishop e6. Yeah, somewhere here, maybe. Or...
Oh.
I don't know. That doesn't work at all. FG, queen g6. You go back to g. It does work. It does work because you can take with the queen.
Yeah.
I thought rook e6, but the knight would be hanging on d2. Yeah, this does work.
But I don't have to take.
Don't have to take. But I thought then it's nice to just bring the knights to e4 and to f4 and. No, I feel like black's position is a bit loose. I don't know. Maybe it's playable, but
if I could play c5 and protect my bishop.
Here, huh? Or
I don't know if I want to do it directly or if I can wait. I would like to have both my bishop alive.
You mean to play here, huh?
Yeah.
No, but then it's already knight c4 and knight d7 and knight b6.
Yeah, okay, so I start with bishop e6 because this knight.
Yeah, so knight g6. Yeah, we're already deep in the line, of course. I don't know if it's entirely forced, but
there are moves like queen takes g3.
Oh,
maybe not now because maybe knight e4.
Trapping the queen. Eh?
Yes, but I will wait for my chance.
Yeah, this is a nice queen trap. But I didn't see the.
I actually have queen b3, but you take my.
Oh, yeah.
You take my rook.
Yeah, true. I didn't see queen b3.
No, so I don't take. I move my rook. Rook e8.
Rook e8. Okay, now knight e4 maybe. Yeah, I would be really enjoying black's position if that pawn would be here.
Yeah.
That's just
Queen b4.
Does this work?
This immediately. Okay.
Complicated.
Yeah.
Very complicated.
I still see two good bishops.
Yeah, no, that is true. Now, it might just move by move. It might just be completely fine. Just a little bit afraid with that pawn on here, because if we go back to e5, there was one more question I had. Is this very stupid? To push d5? Oh, thank you. Just playing against the bishop.
And g4 is maybe a threat.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, and that we keep the bishop alive. So let's say knight c3. Maybe this is a threat. But even let's say go here. It's not that easy somehow to. And even I was wondering. Okay, I make again a stupid move. Like such positions, if you, I mean here. You know this kind of pawn down, but beautiful, beautiful control. Far from forced, but just as an idea. And Neil's taking his time.
Yeah, good.
Which I think is normal here. I think there's something to say for both knight g3 and e5, and maybe there are other options as well, which we haven't yet. But for sure, he's very fine in this position. Nothing much to worry about.
So we have to take a look at Woodward again.
Okay.
Because there was this
exchange. It happened. Okay, so after e4, she played a3.
Yeah.
Rook c3, b takes c3. Yeah, there's no choice.
No.
I mean, her move f4, as we said, very strong because it prevents this rook d4 option. So after a3, yeah, she's now, I'm not afraid to say, she's just winning. And yeah, she's done everything right, I think, this game. And yet, I still expect Andy to come up with some tough. I mean, we saw how he survived against Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
He was completely lost on a couple of occasions, but he kept hanging in there. He's an extremely resilient player.
So if we play queen c7, for
Yes.
example, try to defend.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Just go queen d4,
D4,
queen
it's-
b6. Is that the way to go, or? Maybe it's not that convincing, huh? Queen d4, bishop g7, queen b6, maybe queen takes c4, attacking f1.
Yeah, now we will be entitled
Yeah,
to
not
cut.
yeah, and then
at
cut.
least.
This is not convincing. No. So I think f5, yeah, is maybe the most spirited.
Yeah, we have to get our pieces out. So I would say bishop g7.
Yeah, and now is bishop f4 not very? I think it's collapsing.
So if I play knight c8, you just
Yeah, then the bishop will so it'll be probably fg,
take 8,
hg, bishop c8,
take,
and
take
with the queen, I think. Yeah, this cannot work. Bishop e5 coming, or g5.
exchange down for nothing.
Essentially,
Yeah,
yeah.
and the king in the
We
bit.
have one move, I think. He played bishop g7 immediately. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. So he realized that is just too slow. Queen c7 is just queen c7 f5 is just so he goes bishop g7, and it means he's not protecting b7.
So it should probably be taken.
It's yeah. I mean, f5 is definitely a move as well. But let's first look at this one. Castle. c5 maybe.
We cannot take it.
c5 is at least making a pass pawn, because dc, queen takes d8, rook d8 drops the knight. So that's not possible. d5 I think can only move. Yeah, bishop b2 maybe. Yeah, it's technically winning. It's just a winning position. Yeah, it's an extra exchange. And I'm sure rook b7 is not the only way to do it, but yeah. Curious to see if Andy can still put up some resistance here. How is Satorov doing against Erik Gaisi? It's exactly this thing happened.
Yeah, it's happening.
So after h6, he took on f6, knight c5, knight takes b7. Yeah, this is horrendous position. Absolutely horrendous position.
Horrendous, as in lost, or
I would say I would think it's lost. Yeah, yeah. I think that is just. Yeah, I wouldn't. I guess knight c5 or what is he? Yeah, knight c5 has been played. Yeah, it's just and also practically it is horrible. Because yeah, the knight will come to d3 and it's just.
Vasila should play bishop e7, I think.
Bishop e7, yeah, and then I'll go knight d3. I think it's also, yeah, pawn will just drop soon.
They're playing rook b8.
Yeah,
I give it a
yeah,
try. I have
rook
to,
b8, yeah. I think
have to
queen
be
d2 or queen a4 maybe, slightly more precise even. I think rook c6 is just coming.
Hmm.
I mean, not that there's any rush. I think that black has all the time in the world, but that knight on d3 is such a beautiful piece.
So maybe not rook
I
b8.
don't know if we also have a green color. Because it should actually get a green, not a red color.
Yeah, I think we have, but I don't remember
Probably
how
our
to do
lack of experience
Yes.
as commentators. We
Yes.
don't know.
Also, I think there is also blue. I think
There's also blue.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm afraid to
Yes.
press something and then we lose the broadcast. So
And then you can talk to Jimmy after.
yes, yes. Yeah, but I think yeah, it's quite remarkable how this game developed. How quickly it got out of hand. And I have very little doubt that Nordicbeck is gonna convert this one. It's also the thing he's extremely good at, pressing these type of advantage. But in this case, it's just technically winning position.
Yeah.
The game of Magnus.
Only one move.
Or you prefer another?
I actually prefer a short break.
A short break.
But we can take a quick look at the games. And
Let's do a quick roundup of where we are. At Dogmoes against Niels. Yeah, here nothing changed.
No.
It is a very critical moment after e5. So we said knight g3, d5. These are options that he's all contemplating now. It's a very direct move, e5. It means that the next 4 or 5 moves I think are going to be extremely important.
Yeah.
And may just decide the outcome already of the game. It's not going to be slow maneuvering anymore after a move like e5. Next, Commentators, guys. This is beautiful for white. We expect Abdul to convert this. Jordan. Here, I think a minor update is the knight b3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3. And I think that Magnus is quite satisfied with this. I think it's around equal probably, but it's unbalanced. And that suits him, I think. I mean, he doesn't mind playing this endgame, I think. And yeah, potentially, like we said, if the bishop comes to c6, knight d7, e4 is weak. Structurally speaking, black is doing very well. But white has a small lead in development still, which might play a role in the short term.
How many moves have they played?
Just 14.
So time is
a small issue at this point. Carlsen needs to make 26 moves still in 22 minutes. Well, he'll get the 30 seconds increment, but it will play some kind of role. And then the last game, this is we expect Janeire to convert this position. She's I think completely winning.
Exchange up.
Yeah, I even wonder, would you prefer Absatoro's position or Janeire's position?
I like an exchange up.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. I also really enjoy Absatoro's position, but more about that after the break, I think.
Yeah. We are back in about 10-15 minutes.
Yes.
So we are back and we are following to the end, I think, of these 4 games.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We have some strange games, we can say.
I think
Maybe the game with Andy Woodward is the more.
yeah, I wanted to say that maybe the fire alarm that we mentioned earlier, it seems to have some impact on what is happening today, because we are seeing some, let's call it unusual things, at least on 2 of the boards today. One being the one we're looking at right now, where Janeire is already completely winning. She took on b7. This is where we left it off, I think. Castle, and she played bishop b2, knight c6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes queen takes f6, queen d5, knight d8, rook b3. This is the current position, and it is yeah, pretty hopeless, I think. Is there any I was praising Andy's resourcefulness.
You need it now,
but he really needs it here. Are there some hopes? Let's say I make this move, and hypothetically we take on d4, bishop takes d4. Perhaps there is some hope, f5, h5, bishop c5 to create some kind of fortress. It feels a little bit like wishful thinking, but perhaps that could be something he's thinking about. Because for now, the pawn e4 is simply hanging.
Yes.
So that's the first issue to solve. I don't really see another move besides queen d4. I mean, if you play something like queen e7, just rook e3, I think. The pawn is pinned, so you cannot even play f5. Rook e4 is coming, and rook and exchange and pawn up. It's just
too much.
Yeah, it's just too much. No, I think we can conclude that that Janeire is just converting it very nicely so far, and we expect her to win today. After queen d4, perhaps. Yeah, no, queen takes d4 is not at all forced taking. It's true. That's true. Now, it was just I just wanted to show a scenario where perhaps black has some chances of survival. I mean, this. Let's say if white is a little bit careless here, let's say we go a bit back and forth. I mean, this is the type of position that I was thinking about. And maybe here you can, but of course I made 4 rook moves, which were not entirely forced. But yeah, already from the very beginning, after queen d4, like you say, rook d1 is a move, and other moves as well. Probably it's just lost. It's just lost. Not much else to say. Where do you want to take us?
We take the Abdusattar of Ergaisi.
Okay, yeah, we left that off around these parts, I think. Thinking that white is technically winning here. Pawn on c6 should drop in the long run. Bishop e7, knight d3. I think this is on the board. Am I right?
No,
not yet. Not yet. In fact, this is the current position after knight 95. So we haven't seen a move just yet, right?
No.
Yeah, so we don't have anything new to discuss here. So we can maybe move on then to Niels's game.
Yep.
Because there we did see some moves. After e5, Niels went into a very deep tank. For 32 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yep.
And he took on g3 after that. So your school, basically, you are in sync. There were many other options.
Yeah.
But this was definitely one of the fine options that he had. And after hg, he played g4 and e takes d6. So this is the line we were looking at earlier. I was a bit afraid of having that pawn on g4. I think we looked at knight
Knight
e5,
E5.
bishop d4, and now knight d2, right?
Yeah.
I think this was our line. Once again, just to repeat, the idea was after bishop 5, knight c4, white wins back the piece under very good circumstances. And after bishop e6, we went knight g6, and it all got very wild, and we were not really sure how to evaluate it. I think I kind of liked white, you kind of liked black. I think, yeah. So hard to say. But I think this is where they're headed. Right now. I mean, after e takes d6, is there an alternative here? Maybe queen f5 is an alternative. Maybe it's even an important alternative.
So I have to take on f5.
Yes, then bishop takes f5.
And knight h4.
Yeah, because any other square, like knight e5, then I guess cd, bishop d4, this all looks great. And I was wondering, how is this position? Let's say after bishop h7, because it's a bit out of... So I just want to recapture on d6.
So I should probably take.
Probably take, and then bishop takes d4 maybe? Or knight c3? Am I exaggerating? Or and then knight b5? Maybe this is good for white, huh? Yeah, maybe I was a bit too enthusiastic there.
Maybe I could take on c3 and try to pick up the pawn.
And play like
fc8 and
yes,
k7.
because the knight is still out, huh?
Yeah, and rook k7.
And here. Yeah. Yes, that's nice. And this is also a nice illustration of the whole line, because the point was to play against that knight on and in the break I learned how to make a green
Okay, good.
green square. There it is. Yeah. So the bishop dominating the knight here. It's probably not so bad. Okay. So I mean, that's there are alternatives. We were of course recapturing on this. It's the most obvious reply, but it's not the only move in the position.
So what did he play?
He played queen g6. So that's another alternative that he has. Aha. Yeah, because after queen takes, I was thinking that this is less precise because of knight e5, which attacks the bishop on d7. And in the line we just saw, after queen f5, queen takes f, bishop takes f5, knight e5 would not attack anything. So I thought that was... but of course the difference is that after knight e5, I assume at least he wants to take on d4. He's not afraid of knight d7, bishop f2, king f1. And now, which move? Bishop g3 just, or? Maybe just bishop g3. Wouldn't surprise me if there are also other moves, but... Yeah, I think it's simple enough.
Take on f8.
Yeah, rook takes. And if king e2, there's rook e8. And if king g1, can we even play a check first? Maybe there's no need. Maybe it's more normal to just take, yeah? I don't think that white is doing great here. Ah, so this is his point. Queen g6. I like queen g6. And I don't think Erdogmus has a choice here, right?
Must take.
You must take. There's no alternative, I think. Unless we're missing something, but it's highly unlikely.
Yes. Would be surprising.
Yes. But after Queen G6, FG, maybe here you have alternatives to Knight E5. For instance, Rook E7 maybe is a move.
Was that really convincing, the line after 95? I mean, later on.
After 95, yes?
You took on D4?
Yes. Yes, Bishop F2, Bishop G3, Rook E8. Yeah, but now it's already look, or even Bishop takes E1. It's with check.
No. First take on F8.
Yes, that is the critical. Yeah. So you take on F. Yeah. So Rook E8, because it's all with check. So I think it's good. King D2, Bishop E1, and then C takes D6. Maybe King D3, but yeah. No, Rook E1 is possible. Yeah.
Then we have to try D7.
Yeah, and then Bishop H4. Just in time.
You don't. Okay.
It is the only move, I think, but it's a good one. Yeah, because this is an annoying pin. But this should be winning for black. Yeah. Yeah. So we're maybe this Rook E7 move is and he has taken on G6. So this is currently the position on the board. And somehow I don't expect 95 here.
How many moves have you played?
20 moves made. Gardelius 36 minutes and 43 seconds, and Erdog moves 14 minutes. Yeah, should we put Rook E7 on the board?
Yeah, we can try.
I mean, if we take on F3, Rook D7, I don't think this is convincing with D takes E7 coming. Doesn't look convincing. So, and Rook F7 is also not a good move because I think you take a 95 check. At the very least, you just exchange a few pieces and... So what's the move here? Maybe just move the bishop?
Yeah. Bishop F5.
Bishop F5.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight has to move, huh? 95 or?
You take on D. Oh, you want to take on D4? I want to
or D. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, both are looking. You want to take here, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe knight C. It's really once these bishops start working, it's enormous pressure. Like knight C6, just Rook C8, I think. And it's bad news for white.
Yeah, D5, and then we move.
Yeah, at the very least, you can take B1 and F2.
Yeah.
But that's also very strong, I think. Because the problem is that if you go to the H file, it's even mate, I think. And going to the F file, yeah, that drops G3 with check. Should also be terrible.
Rook E7 was not played.
He played 95.
Okay,
played 95.
What did we took on?
Yeah, then I assume we get to see that line where black takes on D4 and that very forcing variation.
Mm.
And then it's a question of who calculated it better.
Yeah. What do we
Or
think?
maybe neither of them. Maybe
Yeah.
it's just at the end of the line, it's equal.
Yeah.
As it happens so often. Okay, let's try it one more time. Bishop takes d4, knight takes d7, bishop takes f2. Doesn't make much sense to step onto the h file, right? Does it?
But it's possible. We can try. Because rook f5, then rook
Yeah,
e5.
if rook f5, there's rook e5.
Mm.
So that works. So bishop takes e1, knight takes f8, rook takes f8.
Now you should be careful not to be mated.
Yes.
But I can take on.
This maybe d takes e7.
Yeah.
Not so easy to get to that pawn.
Rook c8 is.
Yeah, knight a3.
I1.
This is a problem. Yeah.
Mm.
Knight comes to b5, and the bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
This is a big problem. Okay. So how did we do this? We played bishop takes d4, right?
Mm.
Are there other moves? I mean, bishop f5, I guess.
Mm.
But knight c6 or... No, let's take on d4. I mean, this is... I guess here we do have some moves, maybe. Rook takes f2. Rook f2, rook e4. Rook f2 threatens rook f5, rook h5 mate. So that's rather important. So for instance, after d takes c7, I think it's really checkmate. But maybe rook e4 works. Playing for mate. Surprisingly hard to stop the mate. Yes, but after rook f4, I'm afraid you just you're gonna give the rook up, and then you'll develop, and I think the knights will probably be better than the rooks. I think that's. But this is rather peculiar. Can this really be?
King h2, I could play, maybe.
Yeah, aha, because rook f5, you have rook e5. Yes, okay, yeah. No, this is probably, I'm exaggerating, yeah. It doesn't feel right.
So we take with the bishop?
Yeah, so we take with the bishop on f2. And now our issue was king h2, right?
Yeah.
Because if rook f5, there's rook e5, which prevents the checkmate. So we thought bishop takes e1 is a must, right? Then we took on f8. And here we took with the rook. That was maybe not forced. Maybe king f8 is also a move. Because like we said, after rook f8, d takes e7, suddenly this was an issue with knight a3, knight b5 coming. And if king takes f8... So d takes c7. Again, this is the threat. I think it should be holdable somehow, this position. maybe going into the rook endgame, but
with bishop b4.
yeah, that's the but it's not nice, huh?
Yeah, because we
Knight a3, bishop 3, rook a3,
would like to take the pawn, but we
rook
don't.
c8, rook c3,
Yeah.
and king e7. Let's say. I think this is. I mean, once you go bishop b4, this is pretty much forced, I guess. And now rook c5, huh? Yeah, this is not.
It's not clear.
This is not clean.
No.
So we haven't really found it yet, yeah? After 95.
No.
And this position is on board. At which so 95 bishop takes d4. Let's go through the line again because it seems pretty forced. Knight takes d7, bishop takes f2. Please stop me if the moment has arrived. King h2. You mean so bishop e1, knight f8, and still correct? Yeah, it's. I mean, rook f8 is nice, but it's d takes c7 is always an issue. And so we're not really sure yet how to do it. Okay, there is this move. As an alternative.
It should be knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3. And is there a difference now to the whole thing? Maybe it's even a worse version, huh? With knight c3 and rook e8 included. Basically, we have the same line with knight c3, rook e8 included. It doesn't look like that's a promising inclusion.
No.
It's black had time to include c takes d6, take away the rook e5 resource.
At which point? At which?
Bishop takes g4.
Immediately, yeah? You mean in this position? Or, yeah. Yes. Yeah, I also still think that this is the critical direction, yeah. Knight d7.
Bishop takes f2.
Yes. King h2. And c takes d6. But knight f8. You're really going to go for the...
But I guess...
maybe,
sacrifice
I can maybe go for the... To sacrifice the rook, yeah. However...
Bishop takes g3.
Here you take on g3. That's...
Yeah, rook e2 maybe more.
Yeah, and I'm afraid even this doesn't work. Because I'm afraid that even this is not is not good. b3, a6, b2, rook a2, rook b1, a7, and yeah, some things to calculate for Niels. I mean, this is the moment of the game. If he finds the right solution now, that's it. Just, but the same applies to him miscalculating here. That would also be immediately
catastrophe.
One more time, we try.
The same variation.
One more time, because it's so bishop d4, knight d7, bishop f2, king h2. We have it from reliable source that rook f7 is an alternative move here. But if this is the way, then I'm very worried for Niels.
Yeah.
Because this is not natural. This is not easy. This is not...
how does it even work for rook?
I have no idea.
Rook e7. Rook f5.
And then rook e5. Oh, okay, yeah. What to say about this?
Yeah, good luck, Nils.
Yeah. I think that's yeah. Yeah, also I mean, yeah, this is not working because of c takes d6. Suddenly it's hanging. So this is some kind of repetition. Is that really what and if we go here, I mean, sorry, and if this is repetition, then why not start with rook f5? That's
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So rook f5, you can start with rook. Yeah, because it avoids this rook. No, it doesn't avoid it because we go rook e5, rook f7, and rook e2 now. I'm still not at all sure why this is. Are you just going to take on d6 here, maybe?
Is the knight trapped in some way?
Are you just taking here, or? Okay, he's taken on d4. So we're the first move we have.
Yeah.
We have the first move. I don't think. Yeah, 97 is forced, so
yeah,
he's making it.
Yeah.
There's no alternative. And so we're expecting bishop takes f2 now. Move 22 in the meantime. Time-wise, Niels is still doing fine. Yeah, fascinating, this endgame, essentially.
Shall we take a quick look at the other games?
Yes, yeah, no, this is, we should definitely, oh, he played rook f2. You played rook f2. Did he? I'm just, yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Wow, he played rook f2, okay.
What did we say before? Rook
We said rook e4 and white wins, but probably it's not that easy. Aha, so I think we spoke about this one before. Perhaps this is not so clear. Just
yeah, we have to play.
Yeah, I think knight c3 and maybe just yeah, c takes or rook takes. What's more? Let's say c takes maybe. I'm not sure actually. Maybe rook takes to attack the knight. I mean, I would definitely take white here, but perhaps it's not that obvious.
There will come a rook b8 and rook
it's on the board. Rook e4, rook f4. We are going here. Yeah, rook e4, rook f4, rook takes d4, rook takes d4. And yeah, you really do want to bring the knight out because once the rook lands on the first rank, they will just be paralyzed for the rest of the game.
But if okay, I cannot take because the knight is hanging.
Yeah, and d takes c7 loses to rook takes d7, the knight hanging.
So knight c3.
Yeah, the only question is there some merit to knight a3 here? Yeah, I think c3 is a bit more natural, but
So we try knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3.
And he wants to take on d6 for sure.
Let's say rook takes, I think.
Yeah. And we have to move. We can play knight e4 if you want.
A knight e4, that's a nice tempo, huh? It's a nice tempo. Yeah, I'm afraid of these knights. I'm afraid of these knights. But I wouldn't be surprised if objective engine would just say that this is fine. I wouldn't be surprised, but I think practically speaking, those jumping knights.
Yeah, together
once they start coordinating. Yeah. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. Should we move on?
Yeah, we take 2 against Woodward again.
Okay.
A lot of moves
on
that
the board.
happened.
A lot of moves. So we left it after rook b3, rook e8, rook e3. Ah, yeah, it's really now converting stages. She's a full exchange and pawn up. Yeah, a5, queen d6, king g7, g4. Okay. Threatens to win material actually. h6 and bishop g2. Yeah. The advantage only increased, I think, since the last time we saw it. She's converting very well so far. There's absolutely nothing to say.
No.
It's completely over.
So we go to Abdusattorov against Ergaisi, which also looks good for white.
Yes. So bishop e7 did happen. Knight d3, queen b3, rook c7, and g3. So yeah, the torture is starting.
Yes.
Yeah, it's I would still describe it as technically winning. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but yeah, I'd be very surprised if Nordibek doesn't convert this. I'm also confident in his technical abilities. I've seen him win very good technical games. I remember one against Anish in Wijk aan Zee, but there are many. There are many.
But we also saw a game today, a game yesterday. Or was it not? No, not yesterday. 2 days ago. He didn't.
With Woodward.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was more technical sharper in nature. This is a very clean position. No counterplay for black. Weakness on c6. Black just has to wait, sit and wait basically, and he should just slowly strengthen his position. And that's, I think, the kind of thing he does very well.
But that's why we play bishop d6.
Yes.
Just to try.
I guess you go rook c3. You force rook c8.
Yeah.
Then maybe you go rook a1.
Or maybe c5.
c5. Yeah, but I was thinking, so dc, bishop c5, rook a5. And then d5 will drop. I mean, let's say bishop b6, rook takes c7, rook c7, rook d5. Yeah.
But it's still a relief somehow.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's a relief in a way, but on the other hand, it's also a pawn. Yeah, it's a bit of it's a bit of that is true. That is true. Yeah, at least you don't have to worry about this c6 pawn anymore. That is true.
Because it's gone.
It's gone. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Abdusattorov is enjoying himself.
Yes.
That's very clear. I mean, we were told in the break that he didn't do it in the most precise way earlier on. Somewhere in this position, apparently, queen b7 was much stronger than knight b7. But yeah, nevertheless, I still think that this is he's not worried about that moment. I think definitely not.
So what about Van Forest? And
let's see. We haven't seen that for a while.
Yes, Magnus.
We left after bishop c8, knight b3 takes, and bishop d7. This is, I think, the last moment we saw. Well, it's clear Magnus wants to bring the bishop to c6 in order to hit e4. So Joran played knight a5. Bishop c6 came anyway. Rook b1. Bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. Rook takes b7. Knight d7, castle. Rook c8, c4, knight df6. This is the current position. This is the current position, apologies. Knight c6.
Oh, tricky.
I think it's more than tricky.
How many moves have I played? Magnus?
They have made 21. Magnus needs to make 20 moves in 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Including for the 10 minutes increment that he will get. So he has about 15 minutes to reach move 40. But his position is bad.
Yeah, we cannot take the knight because of...
Yes, let's point that out first. So Jordan did not blunder the knight.
No.
After rook c6, there's rook b8, which picks up the rook on h8. I mean, I guess this is not really an exchange sacrifice that's very promising. Maybe to try to hold, but wouldn't think that it's so and another problem is that he cannot castle, which would be a very desirable move if not for again 97 losing the exchange. So this move 96 is terribly annoying. So how about knight d6? Attacking the rook, because if white just goes rook a7, then rook d6 becomes possible because c8 is now covered, so you no longer win the rook on h8. So I assume Jordan has something else planned here. He took on c6, so yeah, that's panic mode.
Yeah,
that's not out of that's not because he's happy with the position, I think. So 96, there was probably some tactical reason, right? Why this would be interesting if we could find it. Yeah, so rook e7, the check, king f8.
Yeah, taking it. Yeah.
Oh, this one. Beautiful. That could be that could very. I mean, this is the kind of thing we see in the books, yeah. And then we only need to bring the knight to e7, and it's made. It's not so easy to do that though. But maybe rook d7. Knight f5. It's not mate. Wait, where's the mate? Rook takes e5 maybe.
Taking c6.
And then rook e3. It's unstoppable, no? Either here or here.
Rook c5 and rook g5.
Ah, rook c5. Yeah, h4, but I don't know. It's already getting a bit. It's getting. Yeah, it's getting a little bit. It's fun though.
Yeah. Maybe it's also good.
Okay, we're moving a bit fast because some developments are there, but I wouldn't be surprised if this works for white. I mean, it looks very good. We don't really have the time to go into too much detail because we have many more moves, right? Rook c6, rook b8, king e7, rook takes h8, and rook takes c4. This is on the board right now. And I think the only question is how big white's advantage is.
And what to do. The second question.
And what to do. That's the second one. Yeah. Yeah.
Has Jordan ever beaten Magnus in a classical game?
Has Jordan ever beaten Magnus in a classical game? I think not.
I couldn't see any, at least.
I think they drew a couple of games for sure. In Wijk I know they drew a couple of times. Jordan has also had great positions against him, at least once and twice.
As good as this.
I think one time in Wijk he was really close to winning, but I don't think he's ever beaten him yet. He's beaten him even in a match, in a rapid match. I think in Oslo. It was this online / over the board. I don't know how to say. All the players were together in a room and they were playing on a screen. These COVID events, let's say, and he beat him in a rapid match there. That was, I think, quite sensational at the time. And still would be actually, but yes. But how to do it here? Because Magnus has a clear plan of capturing c2. So how should you do this? And at least from a practical sense, I like Magnus's choice that he gave up the exchange because the position clarifies. So he's unlikely to be surprised here with some giant. I mean, after knight c6, here there are all kind of tactics in the position, but he clarified the situation, maybe at the expense of his position to an extent. But I think he probably feels that he can hold this.
Should we play rook a8?
Rook a8, yeah, going after the a pawn, huh?
Yeah, and we have to have the rook out
Yes.
there.
Yes. Yeah, I like that. So
Pressure.
after rook c2, rook takes a6. Yeah, this should just be good for white.
So I think
the a pawn will be. Knights are notoriously bad against the outside passed pawn.
So I expected to rook a4 on rook a8.
Yes, rook a4 is the move probably. Yeah, it's not an easy position. Yeah, 95 is definitely also a move. Yeah, at some it's definitely. I think immediately it probably runs into rook a7 check, but it's definitely a move to consider. I kind of like rook a4. And the longer I look at it,
it's not so easy.
It's not so easy. Yeah, yeah. Because it is true, if once you get something like king e6, 95, she starts to push the pawns. There is some harmony to black's position here. I'd like to somehow break this. Sorry, rook h8, rook c4. To somehow break these knights. Something like, I don't know, bishop b6, rook c2, bishop d8 to exchange. But I don't know if it does much to exchange one pair. I mean, maybe not. Because this one is still hanging.
Yeah.
Maybe it just doesn't achieve much. But I expect Jordan to spend some time here because it's a very very critical moment. So this is the current position. He has played rook a8 and rook a4. Yeah, the longer I look at it, I think black has normal composition.
So we need to attack with the rook somehow. We are also standing on a mate.
Yeah, it's very hard to.
We would like to play rook b1 and rook b6, but
yeah,
but we will be mated on a1.
Yes, let's show that. That's a nice line, in fact. So let's say rook b1. You mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook a2, rook a7, king e6, rook b6. I mean, you win the f7 pawn, but at the end of the line, you get mated. That's the problem here. It's very hard to organize the right setup here for white.
Just try to play c4.
To push the c pawn, huh? It's also a bit risky, of course. You mean just to push, huh?
Something like that.
He's done it, huh? Yeah, that's typical Jordan. He's not afraid to raise the stakes a little bit. Very nice move. c4. I like it. Because we were struggling to come up with any... Yeah, so rook c4, rook a6 must be, or maybe even a check first could be already very annoying. And then rook to a6. This must be very good for white. So let's see what happens after rook a2. Does he want to go c5? Or rook c... I mean, what's the... Maybe just c5?
Rook.
Yeah, because after rook c2, I don't think, because we can still go rook c1 here, because it's not really hanging, I think. After take, knight c5. I mean, I think this is dangerous, right? Is it?
Not sure.
I'm also not sure.
Can I just defend the knight and
Knight d7 or?
Yeah, and then move.
Yeah, then rook a6. It's a weird.
So now rook c6 is a threat.
Yeah, rook c6 is a big threat.
Move the king.
But where?
d8 maybe.
d8, yeah. So check.
King c7.
Yeah, but now it starts to collapse, I think. Take and rook f8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's he has taken on a2. My board is not updating anymore. That's a pity. So rook takes h8, rook c4, rook a8, rook a4, c4, rook a2. Yeah, so after c5, are there other moves? Because I think Jordan is going to push c5.
Can we play knight d5?
Yeah, knight d5.
Or knight g4, maybe the same, I'm not sure.
So if we push it, knight e3, c7. Whew. Maybe rook g2, rook c2.
F2 also. They for drawn.
Rook f2.
Sorry?
Rook f2.
Yeah, I just realized you can even go knight f2, I think, and just play also for mate. Yeah, no, this is probably not getting a bit out of hand. Let's go back. So c5, knight d5. Okay. So what if you make a solid move for like h3? So that after rook c2 you still have rook c1.
Then you start with rook e2.
Rook e2, huh? And if check. Yeah, this check is annoying, I think. Because you cannot really go up, because it will come with check. And going to the 8th rank is very dangerous. I mean, rook b1 things, rook b8. Yeah. Really? Yeah. I'd be very surprised. Yeah, maybe just bishop c1 or something. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't look. No, but rook e2 is definitely not forced. Knight g3 is a move. Maybe. I think it's nice to keep the so that you can always meet rook a7 with king e6.
Can I play knight d7 or is this
knight d7?
I just want to block the pawn and put my king on e6 later on, maybe.
Yeah. We don't have a move yet, huh? I think. No. Yeah, looks very reasonable, huh?
Mm.
Yeah, and also wasn't like I said, I wasn't sure about knight g3 either. It's a bit just also not clear where the rook should go. Maybe knight f5, maybe king e6 next. Also yeah, and even such a move, yeah. I'm just not really sure where it's coming from here. Bishop b6 on the board. Aha, so that idea we saw earlier, or maybe just trying to push the pawn. And I just briefly, I think we need to go to the Irigaisi game.
Yeah.
Because that's
been some strange
I mean
exchange.
This position was on the board.
Yeah.
And he played knight c5.
Back.
And yeah, black just took it, and yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable move, I would say.
I would think it's completely unheard of, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm a bit completely shocked by that move. Yeah, I think the fire alarm. I think the fire alarm is doing its thing here.
Yeah.
Now this is truly yeah, for me. I mean, this. I don't. Yeah, speechless. To be honest. That the knight is so much superior to the bishop here. That it's just. I don't know. Are we missing something, or I mean? Yeah, I think it's just going to be a draw. I mean, to be honest now.
Yeah, the king will defend.
Rook b8, king d7. I mean, the rook endgame it's a completely different story. Wow, yeah, it's a very strange day. It's a really strange day. We should mention though that Janeire,
she has won.
She just did what she needed to do.
Yeah,
she won just a very good game, and we left it over around this. Yeah, it was completely over, and she just finished it. Just pushed the c pawn, and yeah, very good game by her. Oh, nice finish here. Queen takes e7. Not very difficult, but still nice. Stylish finish. The idea being queen e7, f6, queen f6, rook f6, king f6, and if black would only have one more move to blockade it, but yeah, that's not happening. So Janeire, she goes to 1.5 points, and yeah, just a very convincing victory. But yeah, I'm still that game of Najdorf. I'm just yeah, just mesmerized about the whole thing.
How do I come back to the?
You click on there, not here. There. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah. So yeah, I suddenly after this move knight c5, I think the game is now headed for draw. Obviously, we would all still take white here. White has the better structure, but without the knight and the bishop, the king will come to d7 to d6. The rooks will. I mean, white is slightly better, but nothing.
Yeah, because the b pawn is still now it's weak because the knight is not.
Yeah. It's one of those advantages that it's.
Can we take a look at Nils?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still a little bit.
Almost angry, I would say.
Nah, that's too strong, I think. But that's a bit too strong. But it's yeah. It's speechless actually. Speechless. Okay. Niels, yes. Niels, we left it here, right? Yeah, knight c3. C takes d6 he played, so he didn't take with the rook. Knight d5, so he used that tactic that you also used before. The knight cannot be taken because of knight f6 check. And h5 came, rook e1, king h7, and knight to f4.
Looks like a winning attack with for white, or?
Yeah, it's gotten out of hand.
Rook is coming.
It's
G6.
gotten really out of hand. Can we try to get some counterplay against the king on g1? Maybe rook c8 or something? I mean, the idea being that if you enter rook e7 is maybe better, but then something like this, and of course this would be terrible because of rook d1. So you probably have to go to f2 and something here, but it doesn't feel great, especially because there's also
a check.
rook e7 here. Yeah, Edokmu's doing good things here, I think. Doing very good things here. And if we just look at the standings a bit, if we imagine that Arjun and Absatorov are headed for a draw, which is not unlikely, I think.
No.
And if we imagine Carlsen, well, we'll get there, but holding his own against Jordan, then we might see Edokmus in the sole lead if he wins today. It's many ifs, by the way, but because of course Andy Woodward, the other leader, just lost his game to Zushina. Should we see that game between Jordan and Magnus?
Yeah.
Yeah, my board unfortunately completely collapsed, so I have to. I'll press F5. Shift F5 probably. Just F5. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Thank you very much. That helps. So rook h8, rook c4, rook a8, rook e2, c4, rook a2, bishop b6. This is where we king e6 was played. c5, rook c2, rook takes a6, and king e7. Okay. That doesn't look like that was the plan, right?
No.
King e6, king e7, and dropping the pawn. Somehow, I think something. So bishop e6 happened. King e6, c5. Rook c2, rook takes a6, and king e7 back. That cannot have been. But okay, that's what happens when you're low on time. Of course, Carlsen realizes full well that he needs to make 12 moves still in 2.5 minutes. So he needs to speed up. And that's what he's doing. But he's under tremendous pressure right now. Rook a7?
Yeah, we'll give a check.
On the board, actually. Rook a7, I think. King e6. And bishop d8, maybe?
Can I take the pawn?
So bishop d8, you want to take it with which piece? With the rook?
I just want to take...
I just want to take f7.
Okay.
I think this is... I mean, this is winning, I think. Because it's just collapsing. Bishop takes f6 and then... Yeah, so he will definitely... after bishop d8, he has something different planned, I assume. Knight d7, maybe? To prevent that check. But rook a6.
King d5, only move.
King d5, only move. And now do you take f7 or do you push c6? Or rook d1, actually? Rook d1. you're not threatened to take because of the back rank issue. So maybe you can play here, but it looks incredibly shaky for black. Looks incredibly shaky, this position. So currently, he's thinking right here.
It's 9.
12, 29th move. King e6 has just been played. So 11 moves to make. Yeah, so far Jordan's tournament has been slightly disappointing, I think. So I mean, this would be huge. It would immediately
save the tournament.
Yeah, he would forget about everything.
Yes.
But who knows? Maybe we're missing some defense. Bishop d8. It's very possible, of course. We're missing some defense. Maybe knight d5. Could that be? I know. Here you give a check. King d7, and I think just rook f7. Is that? I mean, king d8, rook a8 is mate. But while I'm saying it, I'm realizing this is also there.
Yeah, you have this back rank.
Yeah, always this back rank check is there. So they repeated once. Rook a6 on the board, king e7. Yeah, so how to do it? Rook d1, I think, if I saw it correctly. Rook d1. Aha. If knight c5, he wants to give a check on d8. That's game over. King e8, rook a8. And mate. So c5 is not actually hanging. And bishop d8 is a huge threat now. Wow. Struggling to find a move. I mean, knight d7? I mean, it's full panic at this point, but at least to stop bishop d8, and if the rook is maybe here, try to hold it, but it looks horrible. Looks horrible. Nah, this is hopeless. This cannot be what he's planning. Knight d5 he played. Ah, he's using the tactic of the back rank mate. That's nice. That's nice. So rook d5 is mate. That's a very resourceful move, of course. Can we still go bishop d8 or not? We're kicking off resourceful moves. Ooh.
We don't want to take it.
Yeah, taking is just lost, I assume. Yeah, this cannot work, right?
This is still back rank.
Yeah, but king c7 maybe just h3 or h4.
Also immediately h3 is possible.
Immediate h3 at which point? Yes, to start with. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. I do like this bishop d8 move though, because I think maybe here you can take on c5 perhaps. I don't know. It's complicated. Too complicated.
Where can could I play knight d3 or
Sorry, where?
if h3?
So we give a check, right?
Yeah, but instead of this, if you play h3,
Yeah, h3 I don't really like, to be honest.
can we play knight d3 or knight f4 or something?
Here you mean, or
e3 or f4?
e3?
Want to give mate?
Ah, yeah, like Karpov did versus Korchnoi.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Yes. Yeah. No, let's do bishop d8 because I think bishop d8 is really a bit of a must. So I think he has to go king e8. It's on the board. Yeah, I expect king e8. We still cannot take on d5. Yeah, it's a super sharp position.
So if we play rook a8.
Rook a8. Ah, that just threatens something like bishop h4, rook d8, and take the knight, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe... Can I play f5 here? I want to have the f7 square so that if you give check, king f7, rook d5, it's still this back rank mate. I mean, you can throw everything in between, but it doesn't...
Doesn't help.
Magnus down to under a minute after bishop d8. Yeah, I think king e8 is a must, right? Are we missing? Do we have another? I mean, f8 or I don't think so, right?
Yeah, if you could take, but it's not.
Yeah, I think king d8. Has he? I still. The clock is still ticking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's moving to e8, I think. Yeah, and after rook a8, is there any other move than f5 to try?
King e8. So it was played with 8 seconds left.
8 seconds, yeah. And we are on move number 32 after king e8. Still 8 moves to make. Now he's under enormous pressure right now.
Let's try this again. Rook a8.
Rook a8. Yeah, I don't see any other move than f5.
Can I just pick up the e5 pawn with bishop c7?
Yes, but maybe this is not that terrible. Or is it like knight e3 or... Actually, maybe it's time for mate again.
Yeah.
He plays f6. He plays.
Okay,
yeah, I wanted to go f5 because I thought that this would be hanging now with bishop f6 and bishop takes e5. Why is that not the case?
Because he has his mate, maybe.
So let's say we take. King f7 is a must. Bishop takes e5 and now knight e3. Ah, that's it.
The rook is hanging.
Yeah, he's resourceful.
I'm not so surprised.
He's resourceful, yeah. And he knows his classics. I'm sure he's very well aware of that Karpov Korchnoi. Aha, so yeah, f6. No, in this case, f6 is of course much more desirable than f5. Because f5 leaves it a bit... What a position. Yes, so I guess he just wants to go king f7 next. Get out of that, and then maybe pick up the
pawn. And then we can...
The pawn. Yeah, it's a three result position. It's not without risk for white either. Though I would think that here you probably have a bailout somewhere in this position, right? Maybe rook f1 or something. Like, something like this, I would think it cannot really be lost, right?
Maybe we shouldn't take it.
Yeah, but
King g6.
King g6, yeah? Rook e7. Ah, rook g2, king, and then knight f2. Yeah, yeah. Bishop f6 played, by the way. And king f7 also played. Okay, here there are alternatives. Bishop g5 is a move. Seems like it's blundering a piece, but after knight g5, finally we can take here because it's no longer a checkmate. The knight no longer controls f2. So bishop g5 is a move. I'm not sure how great it is after even rook c5, let's say, but it is a move. But Carlsen, I think, found a very good defense. Under enormous time pressure.
Yeah, we stayed with this game.
Yeah, this game is and also Jordan doesn't have limitless time anymore at this point. Less than 4 minutes. Jordan's?
His pulse.
I don't. Ah, his yeah, yeah, his heart rate is probably pretty high at this point.
Yes,
I would bet. Yeah, Magnus, I think usually has a remarkably low heart rate in these 10 situations. They played with these heart rate monitors, and he was always on the low side.
we have a result.
We have a result.
Erwin won against Iskandelius.
Should we maybe check that a bit later?
Yeah,
we did one
we'll
for now, because this is the. Yeah, we felt that it's not going his way there.
No.
This is really the key moment of the game. So, which move are we? Kind of like bishop g5, as an idea at least. I mean, knight g5, rook d5 should just be winning. d5 is now really hanging because c1 is also covered.
We would like to take the pawn if it's possible.
Yes, I guess rook takes c5, because also at knight c3, rook f1, I think, followed by bishop e3. It sort of controls it.
So now
he's about to make a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop g5 he plays. Yeah. Move 35. Yeah, rook c5. Yeah, I think Carlsen, to me, looks. I mean, relieved is a big word, but I think that he feels that this should be holdable, and it really should be also. Yeah, very exciting.
Also with the time trouble.
Yeah.
It's part of it.
So 5 more moves to make, and Jordan now dipped below Magnus on the clock.
Yeah.
Though it should be said that I mean, it doesn't play that much of a role anymore right now. But I mean, the biggest tactical points have been are behind us probably. But
blunders
can always happen. Yeah, can always happen. True.
They can always come.
Yeah, do we do like bishop c1 or rook f1?
Bishop d2 to prepare for rook a5.
Bishop d2. Yeah, I don't know about rook c2.
Rook a5.
And now rook a5. Now rook a5. Yeah, that's
King e6.
King e6, also very nice. And these knights, they're strong, huh?
Yeah.
They're quite strong.
Bishop c1.
Bishop c1, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. I mean, black could just try to stabilize knight f6, king g6, h5, so just cement the position a little bit. I played h6, okay.
Knight c3, d c3.
Rook f1.
Maybe. Rook f1, I think, was what he what bothered him.
So, but still there's a threat of knight g2.
Bishop a3.
H6 was played. So.
And bishop a3, what's rook b5, huh? It's only move, huh? By the way. But maybe it works. And just rook e1 now? Or... It looks a bit shaky, by the way. Oh, knight f6, yeah. Now maybe this is okay. Maybe it's okay.
93.
Getting overexcited here.
93.
93 again. 93 again. Yeah, but after h3 or they're hanging a little bit also.
Well, it was no good move.
We have a move or not? I played rook a7.
Yeah, and king.
Rook a7
g8.
and king g8. Wait a second. Bishop takes h6. Is that possible? G8 rook b1 and rook b8. Is that winning just? Knight c7. Knight c7 maybe. Yes. Okay. Okay, I was for a second getting a bit overexcited there. Yeah, okay. So knight b6, because of course, yeah, the eternal this eternal
back rank.
But it doesn't continue after h3. It's very scary with the back rank.
You can go knight c8 and knight d6.
I think you're the... No, he's not doing it. No. Yeah, he has no time. It would be very interesting to... So he played h3, rook b5,
king
and king h2. Okay. But the king is in huge danger on g8 all the time. It's I was thinking he would try something like in this position, like get it to g6 and maybe knight f6, and in that way a bit more. I'd be terrified with the king on g8. h3 rook b5, king h2. This is the current position, right? Yes.
How many moves have they played?
This is move 39 by Jordan.
Okay.
So he has one more move to make. Right. Magnus has two more moves to make. Yeah, he's not out of the woods yet.
No.
Not even by by a mile, in fact. Strange. At the moment, I thought he was stabilizing it. It I don't know what happened. It all went so fast.
Yeah.
But one thing is for sure, that the king on g8 is in terrible danger.
He played knight ef6.
Knight ef6. Okay, yeah. Trying to stabilize the position.
So one more move to make.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think judging by h3, king h2, the last two moves by Jordan, Jordan is really just focusing on getting to move 40, and then he'll see if there's still chances left. At least he got all the tricks out of the position. H3, king h2. Rook d3. Yeah, he's aiming for the g3 square. Yeah, one more move to make for Magnus.
What should you do, actually?
Well, rook g3 can still be met with knight h5, I think. So maybe king h7, something like that. I would try to improve the king somehow to get the king. 18 seconds. Rook c5 played.
With 3 seconds left. But now, yeah.
Wow.
So he's attacking the bishop.
Yeah, I'm constantly looking at that bishop h6, rook b3. I'm obsessed with this idea, but it's probably not. But if I just go bishop b2 now, what's the response here? Knight f4 maybe, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably.
Rook is 3.
And then probably somewhere here, or even here maybe. Yes, maybe doesn't. Okay, maybe we'll leave this to Jordan.
Should we take a quick look at the finish of?
Yeah, let's do that.
So we can see the finish of the Erdogmus Jandelius game.
Yes, we left it somewhere.
We know it's finished, but we want to see the moves
here. So rook c8 was played.
Yeah.
King h2. Aha, so he first made sure his king is safe, and only then did he attack. And it's just a mating attack, probably. Yeah. It's just a mating attack.
Yeah, 96 is.
Yeah, so if g5, that would take away the square. So rook h7 is mate,
Right.
and after rook d1, knight e6. This threat was made on h7, and after g5, knight f8 came. Yeah, very pretty. Rook h7. Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, good game for my Najdorf. Yeah. What can you say? It's yeah, it was a difficult position, huh? with those knights. Maybe objectively he was very much in the game here, but it is difficult to play against those knights. And it does look like Najdorf played extremely well in this part of the game. Just finished it off without any
problem.
Without any problems. Just it's very nice how he creates the mating net around the king.
Yeah.
And g5, knight f8, and that's it. So he, at the very least, will be sharing the lead after today. But who knows? Maybe he'll even be there on his own.
Yeah.
How is Abdusatorov doing against? Yeah, this is what we were saying.
Mm.
Yeah, there's not much anymore.
So how did we reach this?
Yeah, so Erikashi brought his king to the center, and now he just waits. He just waits.
Exchanging the pawns. Good.
Here, yeah, you could check the pawn endgame to see if it's. But I assume he did.
Mm.
I don't think this is anything. And you're also not getting to those pawns because of rook b8. So it's rook a8 came, king e7, king f6, rook c3, rook b5. He's preparing c5. Yeah, I don't have a feeling that Erikaisi is going to give this one away.
No,
this is going to be a draw. Yeah, so it's for us this 95 moment was just the key moment of the game. Still not quite sure what happened there.
So why don't we play, for example, a move like king g2 or something? Whatever.
I think any rook c3, rook a1, any move except for exchanging the knight for the. Yeah, it's and he's he's good at these things.
Yes.
Oh, he must have had some reason, of course. Sometimes you have these blackout. Yeah, it just happens. But it's hard to explain. So this will be a draw. That's we're fairly sure of that. And that means we're basically back to the Jordan game against Carlsen. He played bishop b2.
Yeah.
Move 41. And we were thinking knight f4 is coming now. So what is he planning?
Yeah.
I mean, rook g3 is the obvious one, I think. But can we just attack that rook or? It's a weird position, like such a thing. Both are a little bit tied up. The knight cannot move, but the rook is also a bit. This rook would like to go here, but then e5 is hanging. Both are a little bit. It feels shaky, right? It wouldn't surprise me at all if it's winning for white. And I don't know if rook g3 is the only. I mean, you could also just maybe drop back and. Yeah, rook d2 also looks reasonable, I think. Yeah, because black cannot really become active because of that king. That's in trouble here.
Just thinking about the variation, I just want to check it.
Yes, which one?
Instead of rook d2, we play e3.
Yeah. Knight h5.
Yeah.
Rook g4?
No, e3, I thought.
Rook e3.
Yeah.
Rook c2 maybe.
I want to take on e5 with the bishop.
Rook g2.
King h1.
Knight g3.
I was planning to take it.
Yeah, rook takes.
Sorry, I miscalculated. No, take on. Okay, I will not win, of course.
Yeah, no, this will be a draw.
Yeah, that was one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Yeah, this probably works, yeah,
Mm.
for black. But this is a fascinating
Mm.
position because it could be just that on the next move you go rook e7 and you start attacking e5 and it's collapsing. But I don't know. You have knight d3 maybe also as a move. It's such a weird position. It's on the board, rook g3. This is currently on the board.
Yeah, knight h5 looks normal.
Yes. So is there an alternative to rook g4? Rook c3 maybe is alternative, but I mean, I guess if the rooks come off, the c pawn become.
Mm.
Are we calling this lost or?
Close.
yeah, but that's we need a statement.
Close.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
I'm just calling it lost.
You're calling it lost.
Yeah, I think it's lost. I think the e-pawn will be lost, and then it will be on one wing.
And with the king and play g4 and so on and so on.
I mean,
in the long run.
In the long run, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So rook c3 is also knight h5 played.
Yeah.
Because rook g4 does look a bit odd, of course.
But it also looks good, I think.
Yeah, a bit of both. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but what is our next move here? I'm struggling a bit with that. So let's say king h7. Maybe I'm running into bishop a3, bishop f8 now. Maybe that was a dumb move. Maybe. So let's say knight d3 then.
Bishop a3.
Yeah,
yes.
bishop a3. Maybe rook c2. I'm struggling a bit to see where we're headed.
You're playing bishop d6 because
Bishop d6, yeah?
I'm going to pick up this pawn.
I'm going to pick up the pawn, okay.
Somehow.
But knight of... How is that? Maybe here? You can go to a4 maybe now. Because I was thinking that that checkmate is maybe incoming. But there's rook a1. Yeah, he's played rook c3. He's not gone to g4. Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah, it's a little bit weird somehow. Rook, I don't know. I think he may not have liked just the look of it. Like, I don't know. He went rook c3, which I guess indicates that he also feels that this is just a winning position. And yeah, the pawn is really lost, right? After e4, I guess. What's the cleanest way to do it?
g4 maybe.
G4. Oh, that's really nice. Yeah.
I guess I can just take.
Sorry?
If you play knight f6.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that is really nice. Take and rook a4, right? And just pick it up and then win.
In a normal way.
The 2 versus 2 position. Yeah. Yeah. That shouldn't be a big technical task. I think he will try to avoid. Yeah, he has already avoided the exchange. He's going rook d5. And now rook d2 is a real threat. So does that mean rook c2 or bishop c1?
Yeah, bishop c1, I thought.
Bishop c1 maybe?
Mm.
Because now you have a real clear threat, right? Rook c7 and g4 to get to g7. Bishop c1. Knight e2. Maybe just check.
And bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3. It's all these things they do continue.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a difficult technical task still. I think it's not. It's not very straightforward. All of this. Don't know.
We just need one trick.
Yes.
Somewhere.
I could also easily imagine him going rook c2. Just. Just stabilizing. Yeah, I definitely think that just before that, before move 40, somewhere around these parts, something went wrong for Magnus. Somewhere around these parts. I mean, if he could somehow play something like that, maybe just put the king here. But it feels a little bit more. I mean, his king is in all these lines. The king is now
trapped.
Trapped. And could he have gone to g6 here, for instance? Was that also feels safer somehow?
But can I play?
But maybe there's a tactical.
bishop,
That's the reason. There's a tactical flaw. Bishop a3, bishop f8. Maybe that's what he missed. Because I mean, Magnus. I mean, he has very good sense for these kind of things. He would really not happily. I mean, this is not. His plan was not to go h6 and king g8. I think he may have missed this bishop a3, bishop f8 thing. I mean, in time travel, that happens even to the very best, huh?
Yeah.
Aha. So that we have an explanation at least for. Yeah, because this became. I mean, I was already getting overexcited at bishop h6 here, but it does show that the king is really misplaced on g8, h3, rook b5, king h2. So let's go to the game position. He has played rook c2. Yeah, he's played rook c2. So if we are allowed to make another move now, which one would that be?
Yeah.
Could it be just something technical, something very clean and
trying to exchange rook? Rook e7 is.
Because I have a feeling Jordan, he's not looking for direct wins. If we go from here, he played h3, king h2, just stabilizing his king first. Then he brought the bishop there, rook g3, rook c3, rook c2. I mean, this just been and king h7 on the board now. Yeah, he's definitely not rushing it.
So want to play rook c7 now. Or what? AC, rook AC.
No, rook c7, I think. Rook
No,
e7, sorry.
yeah.
Yeah. No, because rook c7 would be rook, always, it's always rook d2. But here that's not possible, of course. Yeah, just maybe 93 or because I would think that the moment you go rook c5 and you get to exchange this one, that it's
then it's close to winning.
Yeah, at the very least, yeah. Yeah, I find it very difficult to come up with a nice, clean solution here. Because I was also thinking, let's say you do rook c7, I go king g6, you go rook c5. You can take, go knight d3.
Have to defend it.
Yeah, and then suddenly have this 3 versus 2. I don't know, is that a win? I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me if this is just a draw. Yeah. So it's a very narrow path, I think. I don't think he has a huge that this is just walk in the park.
No. The other game, is it still going? I just don't see any move.
Let's see. Let us see. Nordibek.
Yeah.
Yes, he just played king g2 after 8 minutes. So it's still ongoing. I think just we don't have big expectations from it anymore.
Yes, what to see they are still on at the board. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Back to Carlsen.
Yeah, because I mean we could briefly discuss it, but I just think there's not much to do for I mean g7 is a bit soft, c6 is a bit soft, but they're both so securely defended that yeah, I don't think I'm trying to come up with
we wait to this
with a way to with how this can go wrong for black, but it's hard even to come up with that.
G4, king G3, F4.
Yeah, so let's say black waits in a weird way. Okay, so here, yes.
We have to start some sort of.
So maybe something like this.
F3.
But already yeah. Just don't see it. I just don't see how it's gonna go wrong. Hard to imagine.
So if you didn't stop E4, then maybe that could have been a little bit dangerous. But now you have stopped it.
You mean if black goes, let's say rook. Yeah. You have to rook c2 maybe, yeah. And now e4. Because e5 will be
a threat to win a pawn.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. So if we allow all of this and then also allow e4, e5, yes, it's not the likeliest things to happen. Yeah, I think we have to go back to Jordan.
Yeah.
He played bishop a1 and knight g6. Okay, I have a try here. What if I go here?
Okay, I wait so you can show
knight somewhere or
rook somewhere maybe.
Rook.
You want to go rook a5?
Yeah, I want to go rook a5 next. Because I'm still thinking without the rooks, it's I think it should be technically winning.
If you get the e5 pawn.
Yeah, which I think in this case, I mean, let's say after knight of maybe.
Yeah,
so here takes maybe 97, but still not that easy. I have to admit.
Come with a king, maybe.
Yeah, king g3.
King f3, king e4.
Yeah, it does look very, very good. But okay, let's say king g8. If king f3, there's knight h4. Maybe. But also king f3, king f7, you can, king e4, there's knight f6. These knights are tricky.
Mm.
King f5, knight h4. It's a difficult position to. He has played rook a2. Yeah, he's in this very technical mode. I think wants to exchange rooks. But let's say if black plays rook c5, rook a5, and exchanges, this I think is a very easy win. I mean, e5 cannot be protected, so I guess here it will be just.
I would take the knight.
Even yeah. So he will just take the pawn, and then it's just yeah, straightforward.
So rook against 2 against knight. Rook and 2 against knight and 2.
Easy win.
Easy win.
Easy win. Yeah.
Don't come with a king.
Yeah, just easy. Like we can actually make the moves. Why not? So just let's go far away so that we don't run into any weird knight forks, and then we just walk in. So how do we? Let's say here. Here's maybe something like this is already because g6 you don't want to go. Rook a7 check. Yeah, it's just it's pretty straightforward. It's not very.
An attack, you will. Yeah, like an attack, you could say with rook and king.
Yeah, the rook and king will just push the knight and king backward, and then. I mean, maybe king f7 is not the best. Maybe you should try knight h5. Maybe that's a better one. And then maybe just king e5. Yeah, looks also good. Yeah, we'll just slowly. Yeah. So rook ca2, rook d1 played. Rook d1.
And he played rook. What did he do?
Rook e2. I have one question. After knight f4 in this position. This doesn't work. I was wondering about this move, but it's a blunder. Because after knight e5, bishop e5, it's kind of a weird position. Because it looks like it's super close to a draw, but knight e6, rook e7. This is a problem, I think. And knight h5, g4, I think is also, well, tricky, to say the least. Because if you attack the bishop, it will go back to a1. But I think you have rook takes a1 here. And then it's suddenly not so nice anymore. Black playing for win. Probably. I guess it's a draw, such an endgame. But so after knight f4, what is he? Maybe just bishop takes e5. We don't need to be fancy. Yeah, just like this. Knight e2, rook g7, king h, rook g6, rook g7, and then we pick up the rook.
Yes.
This is very straightforward. Yeah, this is what he's planning. Okay. So you have to go back to d5. There's no other way, right? Because bishop e5 is a huge threat. And if knight f4 loses to bishop takes e5, then rook d5 is the only move. And does he have a way through now? It would be very nice to attack that e5 pawn one more time.
Bishop c3 and rook a5.
I like that. I like that.
Maybe.
To play like this, and then on the other hand, we do have to win it, huh? This one.
Yes.
So let's say here.
Okay, rook e3 maybe.
E3. Maybe rook c5. Oh, then rook a5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, of course. Yeah. Not 100% convinced, but I'm also not sure that rook a5 is a winning move.
No.
Because you have 95, and how we're winning e5, I wonder. So let's say I do play this one, and we exchange it, and maybe king g8. Because of bishop c3, there's 95.
Also bishop c7 is the same.
Yes, even worse. And you probably want to bring the king. I don't know if such things are winning. He played bishop c3. Rook d5 was played, and he played bishop c3. So he is following this.
So what did we say he should play?
Knight hf4.
Yeah,
we said. Yeah.
Okay. And rook to e3.
Yeah, is that the only square?
Okay, e4, but then maybe.
Then maybe. It's also a move, yeah.
But let's try.
Yeah, let's start.
Rook e3.
Yes.
What do we say? Rook.
Yeah, we said rook c5. This is not at all. But okay, it threatens knight d5.
I tried this rook a5.
Yeah, so we exchange it.
Yes.
And now king g8.
I wanted to play g3.
Yeah, g3.
Just to disturb the knight.
I think knight d5.
Can we defend the pawn? Rook e3.
Knight f6.
And bishop. You come with a king.
Yeah,
sure
it's this is winning. Without the e-pawn, I'm very sure, but so yeah, he's playing this very fast and confident, right? Rook e2, bishop c3. So what does he have some other solution here? For instance, can you go rook b2? Or is that too direct? I just want to double up. So if rook d3, maybe it just doesn't work, huh? I was really eager to, but it's maybe it doesn't do much.
But try.
Rook c3, rook g7, king h8.
And now we have to move the rook and give.
Yeah, but it's just
the rook goes back.
It's not really.
No. g3 is not working.
Yeah, if g3, then it's just check, huh? It's also barely holding, but it is maybe holding. Yeah.
We should have this position with the bishop still.
Yeah. There's probably no need to rush it in this way. Yeah. Oh, we're missing another candidate move. I think rook d2 maybe.
He has to move his rook.
Again, question, of course, if this is winning. But it's very hard for the king to join now in this line. It's very hard to draw some clear conclusions here. But it's also something to consider, let's say. Are there other moves besides knight f4? Knight f6 maybe? And maybe we can briefly go to Arjun. Because he's gone active. King g2, rook c2, rook a6, rook b7 was played. Yeah, that was definitely a question. Yeah, which also had me wondering a bit.
So which move? Rook c8.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he went active. So okay, rook c8. Let's see. You can go king g5. Which I think is a must, or rook c6. Rook takes, and maybe rook d7. Is this what he's planning?
This is enormous progress for white.
Enormous, yeah. Yeah, rook
c5.
c5. Now maybe
almost play for mate.
f5.
King h3 and f4.
Sorry, just wondering, like, is this also lost? This position? It's really bad. Wait, what are we missing? What are we missing? Rook b7 was played. So he hasn't made a move yet, right? No, he hasn't made. So rook c8. And there was no need, right, to make any active. But okay. He wants to force a draw. Wants to force a draw. Okay, so king g5, rook c6, rook c6. I think this is fourth, right? There's no way we can avoid this. Yeah, does he just want to take on h5? Is that what he wants to do?
Rook d6.
Not. I thought maybe here and then to go e4, but rook d6, rook b5.
I want to play for mate somehow.
For checkmate. Yeah, but is it? Yeah, we will have a look at rook 5. We'll have a look at rook 5. Yeah, it's close to mate, of course, but maybe just not yet. Like black's probably just in time. But it looks. Let's see rook c5 maybe. Yeah. So rook c5, rook d7 is a must. E4, I assume. So let's say king. Where to? King g5.
Yep.
I think the pawn end game is not such a big deal. Like this one will just come in front and then don't think it's gonna be like, let's say king f3, king e7, king e4, king d6.
We can always
Then
create
g6.
a
Yeah, I
pass
can
pawn.
try to. Yeah,
Mm.
this should be just a draw. I assume. But
Yeah,
yeah,
sure
yeah.
enough.
100%, 100% sure. Yeah. You want me
That's-
to prove it or? No, I think it's fairly straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Here. Yeah. So, but you don't need to take immediately on d5.
But if I play king g6 instead, then maybe I have to take.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm.
That is true.
Should
Yeah.
not stay in,
Yeah, and
in the
if you
pin.
go ed, then also I think king f6 or maybe f5 first. Maybe king f6 is a bit more normal. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look winning. This doesn't look. I think this is what he's. Yeah, they're headed for this thing. Yeah. Yeah. But we're gonna see it. All our questions will be. So rook c8, king g5 takes. This is on the board. King takes h5 played already. That's interesting. I would never have played this way, but on the other hand, you cannot say it's. I mean, he just calculates. It's a very modern way of doing it. He just calculated until the draw, and that's it. And it ends the game immediately. He doesn't need to suffer anymore. I mean, I was thinking in this position. Yeah, there's no. I mean, rook b2. There was nothing happening. But yeah, he just wanted to force it. So he went rook b7, and he just calculated that this is that it works. That it's working, which is modern approach.
Yeah,
I would say.
Because it looks rather dangerous.
Yes. And this is also what I think Magnus has been commenting on, that the new generation, Gukesh, but also other guys, they play completely different chess than how he does things. Yeah, so we're still assuming that this will end in a draw. How about the Carlsen game? Speaking of Carlsen, so bishop c3, knight f4, rook e3, rook b5.
And Carlsen is down to 12 minutes.
12 minutes, okay. Yeah.
For the rest of the game.
And it's for the rest of the game in this case. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard to break this fortress. So easy. I'm not convinced about the rook a5 thing.
What else?
Oh, he has played it.
Okay.
He has played it. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Okay. On the other hand, if you don't see a way to up the pressure here, then maybe it's the way to go, to take the rooks off. Yeah, and so this position, and I think we said king g8. It can be a win, of course. It's one of those borderline cases. It may well be a win, but it could also be just within the. I mean, obviously, still very difficult defense for.
Yeah.
So what happened? Rook b3. Yeah, that's what happened. And I'm wondering if after bishop d4, if you're forced to to exchange. Because what else? Huh? Aha, maybe here he wants to take on e3 and go knight h4. Yeah, this could hold, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the problem is that g3 is knight f3 check, and that drops the h3 pawn. And I guess that's just a draw. So taking on f4 you also don't want to do, because that's probably the most straightforward draw there is. And yeah, other moves. Yeah, if rook a2, maybe even you can start contemplating taking on g5 or on g2. I don't know how that. I think it could be. It may well be a draw, right? Such a position. I mean, of course, it has to be calculated, but king g6, king f5, then g5, h5, just pushing.
At least the pawn is on the right color.
Yeah, that's one, but I'm not sure it's enough. So rook b3.
Take a look at Nordebeck again, because he's playing it.
Aha, let's see. Nordebeck.
Play rook d6.
Okay, so he did play rook d6. He didn't go for rook c5, so rook b5, king h3, and f6.
Need to escape.
Yeah, I guess what he didn't like about f5 is that maybe at some point you could do something like f3 here, and it gets a little bit rook e6, rook e5. It gets a little bit tricky. So he played f6. Nordebeck played g4, king g6, and rook d7. Yeah, he's still
f4, f5. But then king
yeah, still suffering a bit. Still suffering a bit. So, how exactly are we?
Yeah.
Because let's say if we wait with rook a5, and white plays f4, and hypothetically, let's just keep waiting for the record. Then f5, king h7. I mean, this is really looking.
Yeah, we can create a passed pawn at least.
Yeah, maybe king g3, king f4, d8, king is locked up. At some point you go in the right moment. Or maybe even walk the king all the way around, because rook is tied to d5. Very suspicious. So I don't think you can just sit and wait here after rook d7. But the problem is that an f5 break loses the g pawn, which I guess should be losing. And h5 has a similar issue. G7 will be hanging. So I don't know. I'm a. It's a bit unclear to me how. Okay, maybe you go rook a7, f4, and rook a3.
So we play king g3 first, maybe. Before we start with this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why to rush? Huh?
Yeah.
Rook b5 and now f4. Yeah, it's we're seriously struggling now, right? To hold this. Yeah, of course. If this still goes wrong, he'll be kicking himself for going rook b7 there, when he could just sit and
Wait.
essentially just wait until the game ends. Okay, so if we start king h7, king g3, I guess. Yeah, but it's so bad. Yeah, no, I don't even know where I'm going. Okay, king g8, yes. King f4.
Yeah.
And now g6. Very beautiful. Can I stand like this? And go rook a5, b5 for the rest of the game?
Yeah.
It's horrible, right?
Yes.
It's horrible. Yeah, he might be going for it. But it's just... I just don't understand what...
How do we do it? F3, E4, somehow? Do we have another?
Yeah, so many questions this game. This game. It's... So king g3, I mean... I think he wants to go king g8 and g6. I don't see another... I mean, you cannot be allowing this kind of things. I guess it will just be... So I guess he wants to go here. And if the king f4... I think he wants to go here and then wait. Yeah, he's played king g8. And then, yeah, I guess f3, e4 comes. After which, yeah, it might hold, but...
Wouldn't like to try it.
But yeah. So rook d7, king h7, king g3, king g8. Yeah, we're expecting king f4. He could also consider f4, f5. Also not at all... I mean, it's essentially the position we spoke about earlier, f4, f5. But if g6 is really forced after king f4, yeah, that feels like an improvement of White's position.
It was played.
Yeah, and g6. Oh my god. Yeah, he's yeah. How do from this position where black was just waiting. Very nice. Are we missing something? Did he have? Did White have some try here that we're not seeing? Because we essentially thought they're gonna shake hands soon here. There's just nothing to do. Yeah, mesmerizing. He might still hold, by the way. I don't know. Maybe it's, but it feels so.
Yeah, if he's doing this by purpose, then
it goes against all my instincts. What's happening here, and but that's maybe says more about me than about him. I mean, that's and in the Magnus game, we got that variation that we spoke about. So he played bishop d4, rook e3, bishop e3, knight h4. And we were thinking that this leads to a draw. Because we didn't see how to... I mean, g3, knight f3 check loses the pawn. We saw that before. Yeah, bishop f4, ef, this is, I mean, 3 against 2, knight nicely placed on h4. I think it's not a win. So...
Can I play rook? Oh no, rook a2 you wanted to...
Yeah, last thing to see is rook a2, but we were wondering if you could even take on... Let's try just because this would be the most forcing way. Rook takes, knight takes, king g6. Yeah, it would greatly surprise me if this doesn't king f3, g5, h5. I don't think you can stop that.
No.
Just to clarify, so king f3, king f5. What move to make even?
H4.
H4. Ah, h4. Okay.
E4 check and king. No, sorry.
Ah, not that simple actually.
But you could wait. You can make one more move before taking G2.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, this is the most forceful.
Yeah.
Of course, there's no need. Yeah, you can even you can play king g6 first.
And if you say
because if g3, there's always knight f3.
You can play also G5 before king 6. No.
Ah, to prevent h4. Yeah, yeah, that's also very, very possible. Yeah, yeah, that's also very possible. So let's just repeat that one more time. Maybe just to play here. And if here, yeah, because king e4.
king h5,
It's complicated. Because if king h5, there's bishop f2, right? And if g4, there's h4, and it's not working. And if h5, king e5. I was thinking about this one, but it's not in time. I think g4, hg, h3, bishop g1, and yeah, king g5, king f3. Also not working. Yeah, it's something to think about, but I don't think there's any rush. So I would probably go king g6 first, threatening knight g2. He played bishop d2. Bishop d2. But why is okay? Let's think. Because if you take the pawn,
it's difficult to bring the knight back.
Here, he wants to go king g3, I guess. Because yeah, rook e5, knight f3 is not possible. King g3, but now e4. Yeah, this should be a draw now. e3, e2. Right? Or is there some trick still? Yeah, I think this is is there any trick that we're missing? So let's see, knight takes g2. And king g3, right? Otherwise. And now the knights are a bit tied up, so it makes sense to push the e-pawn, I think, to just go e3 to enforce an endgame of knight versus rook 2 against 1. Yeah, I think Magnus just defended it. Or he is defending it. And again, yeah, it was borderline case. Winning, drawing. I thought he was. It felt winning to me, but I don't know. It was always very hard to prove. I mean, assuming that we're not missing something here, and that black can take on g2. Yeah, he has just taken on g2, yeah. Yeah, king g3 played, and e4, I guess, will come shortly. Is there any way to pose trouble? Bishop c3, maybe? Maybe bishop c3.
G5.
G5, yeah, yeah, G5, yeah, G5. No, because I thought after e3, rook a7, maybe this could be a little bit tricky. Because everything is a little bit tighter, but g5 is very nice. And you can just come forward. Yeah, e4 on the board. I would almost feel like switching to
rook ending.
Rook ending, because that seems much more interesting at the moment. I think this is just headed for a draw now. It was a very interesting game, by the way, but I think we're headed for a draw. He played rook a7. Okay. He switches the moves around. That's so now you cannot play g5. Okay, let's one second. With one more second, we'll stay with this game then, because bishop c3 is a threat. Yeah. This was his plan. This is a good try. King g8 played. Yeah, and still g5 on the next move probably. I think bishop c3, g5 probably will. Yeah, is it?
What to do?
Maybe try to run.
But okay, to pick up h6.
Say king g4.
e3.
Yeah, it's not really. Is it a bit slower? A bit slow. But okay, king h5. e2. Yeah, I'm running a bit out of ideas here. Yeah.
Rook e7, maybe.
Rook e7. Knight f5.
I can't even take.
Or actually, yeah, you could even attack the rook maybe. Then bishop b4 doesn't. Yeah. Knight f4 is there. Yeah, knight f4 is there as well.
Too many knights.
Yeah, knights are. Yeah. Okay. We switch.
Yeah, we got a rook ending.
Yes.
So he played this. He provoked.
Yeah. Let's go back a bit. So he first
provoked
g6, which is of course, I mean, the king now is horribly cut on g8. Then he went back. Rook a5, f4, rook a3, king f3, rook a5, and f5. It's dangerous.
I cannot allow take on g6, of course, and I do not want to.
Yeah, there are only two moves. That's it's gf or g5.
I say it's only one. I say it's g5.
Yes.
Yeah, because if I take, cannot the king come?
No, I thought maybe gf and h5.
I cannot not come with a king.
With the king, yes. And if rook a3 to go rook e7 maybe, or I was hoping to go into some kind of 2 against 1. So let's say, okay, king h4 maybe. Rook takes e3, king takes h5, then rook g3.
G3 only.
This is okay, I think. And if rook takes d5, then something like king f7 or rook, yeah, king f7, let's say. I think this is not so bad. Always rook g3 after king h5.
I couldn't defend the e3 pawn.
Oh, sorry, I clicked. At which point?
Yeah, the take.
Yeah, so takes. He has taken and gone h5, and he's playing. And king f4 is on the board now, right? Yeah.
So you cannot move the king. Or you can, but
Yeah, king h8. Can you make that move or not? It's all so ugly.
rook f7.
Rook f7, and then beautiful move rook a6. You can go rook b5. Yeah, true. Rook b5 is more sensible. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't see a waiting move. I thought king h8 is the yeah. Yeah, of course he always has a waiting move rook b5 and rook a5.
Rook c7.
Rook c7. But that's a signal for the rook to I think go to d1 even to b1 to give check. I think he'll play rook b1. Yes. And that makes it I mean f5 is
it's falling.
f5 is falling, right? Yeah, so yeah, perhaps it's just it was a draw all along.
But let's say
King g3.
Yeah, king g3. I think this rook a3 move.
rook e7.
Rook e7, king f8.
Rook
Rook e6, king f7. King h4, I think.
Yeah.
And now rook a1. And I think you're just in time.
Okay, we take.
If king h5, then rook g1 and rook g5. Just in time. It's very unfair, maybe, but
Okay, we don't take immediately.
yes.
Played rook d6.
d6, yeah. And now we start attacking the e-pawn again. And then we'll play that 2 versus 1. So maybe rook e1.
If we move the rook further than the d5, we go rook b6 instead of d.
Rook b6 here. Yeah, but then there's maybe check and rook f1. So you need to really attack the d5 pawn. So I think this is a must. And then we played here, right? I mean, you can take here now, huh? Oh, this is this is dangerous, in fact. I mean, here, then not, I think, this move because of rook g3 again and rook b5.
Give a check.
But check first. King e8. Rook takes d5. And now king
rook g3.
Maybe even check is possible, right? King g6 and just here. And then you start checking back and forth. Nah, I think it's still he's still doing it. Oh yeah, well actually in the game it's even more direct because Nordibek played this rook c7. Yeah, now it's already they're headed for a draw already. But yeah, this move rook c7 was a little bit clumsy maybe because he immediately loses the f pawn. Now he's not even pushing anymore.
It's pawn down.
Yeah, yeah. He's a pawn down. Yeah, that's true.
It's very hard to see how black should play for a win.
Yeah, with that king, maybe if the king would be somewhere here,
yes,
that would be a whole different But yeah, from it is a bit weird though that he ended up here from that, right? Why? Yeah. Yeah, this was. I'm not afraid to say this was a rather weird game.
Yeah.
There were
agreed a draw.
Yeah, there were many strange moments in this game. Most of all, of course, I mean, we pointed out a couple of times already, but this moment here, this move knight c5 to me was a bit of a shocker. That I still think this rook c3 and yeah, the torture starts. But
yeah, if you
but
want to
here,
play,
yeah,
you can always wait with knight c5.
yeah, this was to me a very weird moment.
Yeah.
All right, so that's a draw. That means we have one game left. Yeah, 2 against 1.
Yeah.
The only thing, the knight just needs to come back.
Yeah. Is it? It's black to move. Okay.
It's black to move, and I think even with white to move, it would be difficult to prove the.
I wanted to play rook c5.
Yeah, I think.
But,
Yeah, I was thinking if white to move rook c5, then maybe g5, king g3, king g6. But king g5, king h5.
Yeah.
So maybe rook c5 would be g6, and then knight of it's still there's a giant margin. I assume. Let's just see how they got here, because e4 was played, rook a7, king g8, and now, yeah, he decided just to go rook a4 and go for this endgame.
And Jordan is down to 2 minutes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So he tried to find something but couldn't.
Yeah. 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 King g6 is a move. I mean, this move g6 is not very pretty, I think, because it allows rook a7. I mean, I'll probably just play king g6 and threaten to bring the knight back.
But we know from another game that you can easily allow the king to be cut on the 8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Well,
yeah, king g6 played. Rook e5. So after knight f5, king g4. You shouldn't go here because of rook e6. He's still trying to push a bit.
But maybe it would be drawn even without the h6 almost. With the knight.
I don't have that. We get, for the viewers at home, we get a question if it's a draw with the h6 without the h6 pawn as well.
Can be.
Yeah, but I wouldn't try it.
No.
Wouldn't. I would keep it on. I would keep it on the board just to be sure.
So what do we do?
This is the current position. Yeah, I do think he will give a check on f5.
Okay, try.
And after king g4. It is a pity that you have to go to d4, right?
Yeah.
Because then maybe you go here. You're still trying trying a bit.
Yes.
Now you cannot go here. You cannot go here because of rook e6 check in both cases.
But maybe you can play h5, check king h4, knight f5.
h5, king f4, and sorry.
Knight d4, rook e4, rook e4, and h5.
Yeah, there are always ways to lose it. That is correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, not today, I think. This is by the way a dangerous position, I think, for black. I think h5 is because the knight has to move, and then rook e6 comes, king g5. This could be a little bit tricky, but yeah, of course, we're not expecting this.
So he played. We have this position.
Yeah, Magnus is just taking his time a little bit. It's normal. I mean, the moment he gets his knight somewhere stable on one of those tables, then they probably just shake.
Yeah.
Because there's not much to do. But with the knight still, I mean, for instance, it would be nice to illustrate maybe that there are ways to lose this position. I mean, once this knight gets too far away from, let's say, okay, imagine something like this. This position is this is a typical example of how things might. I mean, definitely, it's important to bring the knight close to the king. So he played knight f5, king g4.
Knight. Okay, where are we going? Knight d4? Or
I think he's going to go to d4.
And then rook e4.
I find it quite remarkable that it's not easier.
Yeah.
Right? I like that we get to see it because these things are very often just drawn without even making a move. But yeah, we see that there are some ways to go wrong. I mean, h5, for instance, king f4, I think is problematic already. Well, to some extent. I mean, rook e6, king g5.
Yeah, we lose.
So you probably go knight d4, right? I think you go knight d4 here.
So rook e4, I like.
Yeah, rook e4, and then maybe you go here. And then you want to go maybe knight c7 or king f6, and then bring them close to each other again.
Why did you rook d5 instead?
Why not rook?
Knight c6.
At which point? Yeah, so here. Yeah, now just king f6, knight d6, or knight c7, bring the knight back. Yeah, this should really not... But it's a bit counterintuitive to move the king away, right? Or to move the knight away from the king. But yeah, temporarily you probably must do that here.
Because I tried to play it. So what do you do? Knight d4 or what?
He doesn't look
happy. No?
No. Doesn't look relaxed.
No.
Maybe he sees more than we do.
Yeah, but we try.
Okay, let's dig in a little bit because he's really not. Yeah, he is going 94. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't see the problem, but
let's play rook e4.
Yeah, rook e4, knight b5,
rook b4,
rook b4,
yeah.
knight c7.
And I wanted to give a check. Rook b6.
Yeah, king.
Have to go to.
Yeah, it's pity. Yeah.
Then I wanted to come with a king.
Yeah, we have it on the board. All of this.
Yeah, king f5. I wanted to try.
Knight d5 maybe.
Yeah, let's say. Don't know where do we want.
Yeah, let's say here somewhere. Or...
Yeah.
And now I just sit.
I wanted to come. If I could get my king to f7, would it be dangerous?
Let's see. Let's just allow it. Just for. Yeah, I think such things can be dangerous when you come from this side.
Yeah.
Could this still be dangerous? Wow. Amazing. Rook e4, knight b5 on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we're just...
Maybe I can also play rook e.
Actually, the first time I realized it might be dangerous is when I looked at the screen. Because he does not look like someone who is about to shake hands, let's say. This is, he's still locked in.
Let's say we can
Yeah,
also
so
play
you-
rook e6, also possible. I give a check.
I did like what you did though, to go here and to give a check, because it cuts the king. It looked like a good starting point, I thought.
I just wanted to improve my variation even more.
Even more. Okay, let's do that. You play here,
Yeah.
and if here,
Let you go rook c6.
knight d4.
Rook anywhere. I want knight is
He has played rook c4.
rook c4.
Rook c4 he played.
Mm. Yeah. Why not?
So the knight has no moves right now, I think. That's not that you're forced to move the knight,
No.
but that's just a fun fact. A7 maybe, but well, A7
Rook's high,
it's terrible.
then it's dead.
So knight d6 loses to rook c6. So I think king move is a must. Let's say king f6 maybe. But then
Check.
king f7. King. Yeah, unfortunately, king f5 is not
No.
available. Eh? So king h5. Isn't this some Zugzwang already? Because you have to move something.
Mm.
And if knight d4, then check, and the king comes in.
King f6.
It's a really dangerous position.
You play king f6.
You played king h7.
Ah.
Yeah, it's a dangerous position.
Should we stop knight d6?
I played rook c6, very nice move.
Yeah.
Because the knight is completely cut off at the moment. It's the first time I'm really starting to be afraid to lose the knight now. Because the knight is not coming back.
He's going to apply Erwin's drawing technique with g6 and then king on
Yeah. But what about the knight? What about the knight?
So maybe knight d4. Maybe knight d4 is the. But rook b6. This knight is just not.
It's not where it should be.
He went to d6 instead. Could be that he's repeating, just because he has very little time. So it's very likely that we'll see some repetitions here and there to gain some time.
So now they are both low on time.
Because knight b5, I think, is a must. I mean, for instance, after knight b3, rook d5, this is the kind of thing where the knight gets lost.
Yeah.
It's completely lost. So I think knight b5 is a must. Same goes for knight e2, rook d3, also getting.
Come with the king and take it to the king.
Wow. So many twists today.
Yes.
I can't handle it, all these twists.
Very strange games.
Magnus is taking his time. Does it mean that there is an alternative here? I mean, it probably means that there's an alternative here.
Or it means that also knight b5 is.
Well, I mean, I thought that because they had this position, rook c6, knight d4. I thought that with rook d6, he just wants to repeat one time to gain time on the clock. So going back to c6 and then after knight d4 to go to b6. I thought that was his.
But could he also play rook d7 after knight b5?
That's what he's. Of course, that's what he's afraid of. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, because that knight is just not coming home. Okay, let's see. King g6.
I wanted to play h4, h5 is if it's possible.
Yeah, king f6. If h5, maybe g6.
Yeah, maybe.
And then hopefully knight somehow returns to the
Yeah.
king.
Hopefully it's not.
Down to seconds and plays knight b5. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely sticking to the game because he made this move with 9 seconds on the clock.
Okay, so it's not easy, at least.
So you have two options here, I think. Rook d7 is one. Does allow the king back in, which is the other one is to go c6, knight, and then rook b6. Also completely cuts the knight, cuts the king. And he went to d7. Yeah, it's very, very, very logical. I think but yeah, I do think it's oh, knight c3. Wow. I just want to say it's a pity to let the king back in, but knight c3. Aha, he wants to come back via e4.
But king f5?
King f5, yes. It looks lost to me, this position. And I didn't expect to say that still.
No, it's very difficult to understand.
King f5 played. Oh, wow. Knight e2. Rook d3.
And it's.
I mean,
we come back with the king and take tonight.
Is it getting out?
A g5. And knight f4.
Yeah, but g5 check. King g8. Yeah, of course, this is also still very hard to say if this is winning. Aha, so that's his plan, okay. I guess also knight g3 is a huge threat, right? To get back into the game, either via h5 or via e4. So rook d3, g5 we said, yeah?
It looks dangerous.
It looks extreme. No, but I think even these kind of things start to be winning now, right? Yeah, I think this is just... Or am I messing up? Yeah, knight f4, but is it here, 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 here? Isn't this lost in this version? Isn't this one lost?
Not sure, knight f8.
Rook g7, king h8, and... Wait. Oh,
rook.
We have moves. We should probably...
Yeah.
We should probably stick to the game. Rook e7, knight d4 played. Sorry, rook... Knight e2, rook e7. Because after knight g3, now he stops knight e4. So king g4 traps the knight. Instead, knight d4. And both on increment at this point. King e4, I assume.
Because king e5 is not possible. King
yes.
e4.
And then... Where is the knight going? Back to e2? It's impossible to play this on seconds, right? Well, especially for Magnus, I should say. I think for Jordan, it's maybe a bit easier to... He went to f4, yeah? Okay. And why not king g6 now? This king f4 is a bit odd to me. Because king g6 threatens king f6, knight e6, and then... rook e4. Rook e4, that's his point. But then we're back to where we started, right?
Yes.
and then king e5. Wow. Yeah, maybe this is what he wants.
How much time they are down to?
King g6 plate, yeah. King g6 plate. Yeah, so we're assuming he wants rook e4. Yeah, there's nothing else, right? Because otherwise king f6 and knight e6, and then we're pretty sure it's a draw. Yeah, rook e4 plate. Knight b5 a must, I say, a bit reluctantly. Yeah, it's on the board, knight b5. So here we expect king e5. And that knight, it's jumping around, but it's never really finding if knight c7, king d6. The knight cannot... King f5. Then probably rook e5 check, right? King f... Yeah, this shouldn't be, right?
Or rook g4 maybe also.
Rook g... but then knight e6. No.
Okay, no. Okay, no check.
Yeah, well, we have moves, so we should probably stick to the rook c4 plate. Okay, that's... so if the king so the knight still cannot drop back because of rook c6, and if king f6, he wants to go rook c6 and king e5. Still dominating the knight. Magnus goes to h5. Oh, wow. After rook c5, there's g5. Oh. Oh. But is it in time, though? So if king e5... King e5 plate. But how to win this knight? I guess rook c5 next, right? So if you go g5, I go rook c5, knight a3, I guess. I mean, this cannot be, no? Yeah, rook c3.
Isn't the knight lost now? Not c3. You approach with the king.
Yeah, but maybe he can make a draw with the pawns against the rook.
You mean to just go king d4 or something? Yeah, I'm afraid that he will just secure the draw on this. For instance, like king h4, king c3, h5, king b2, g4, take, maybe king takes, king a3, h4, and it's just well in time. Well in time. g5, king e6 plate. Yeah, we're supposed to say something about this.
It's tricky.
Yeah, with the table base, I assume the evaluation changes every move. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can easily imagine that, yeah. But I have a feeling that king e6 was not the move, is that right? I have a feeling that it's slipping. Because how to, I mean, it was, yeah? Yeah. Rook d4, maybe just Knight c2 now. And then rook e4. It's still...
Knight b5 played.
Knight b5 played, okay. Yeah, I think if move like rook d3, yeah, then king h4 starts to become, or maybe even g4. It's probably a bit too much, but it's played rook d3, so we'll get to see what the move is. He played king h4.
Yeah, I think Black will save himself with the pawns.
I think Black is. I think this. I mean, this move king h5. I think was. I mean, we of course the evaluation might have shifted back and forth here, but I think this move king h5, followed by g5, and I mean this was at least the idea is saving him the game right now. I think. Yeah, just h5 now, or yeah, h5 played. Yeah, I think that is.
Okay, rook b3.
Yeah, rook b3. I don't really feel like even. Let's just try to keep the knight at first.
You play king f5.
King f5, maybe knight d5.
I don't have a check. Okay, then it's
rook b3 played.
This is a.
So we expect knight c7. Yeah, or a7. A7, okay. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because it's not the knight, it's the g4.
Yeah, by now it's because he got those pawns running. That's king h5 was brilliant.
Yeah.
You need both king and rook to capture the knight and the pawns.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, if we go back, so I mean, we'll follow the game obviously, but I mean, around these parts, yeah, let's say here, the king was cut off as well. The king was not playing any role. The pawns were still on g7, h6, and the knight was in trouble. I mean, the knight is still in trouble even now, but yeah, he got those pawns running, and the king is on h4. I mean, he made Black actually made enormous progress, and that's why I think, yeah, it's just gonna be a draw now. Rook c5 played.
Yeah.
But obviously still very tricky. Wouldn't bet my life savings on it.
No.
Do we jump back to a3?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he has. Yeah, and g4 is coming now. A king f5 played, huh? I think still g4.
How can we?
Is it? No, okay. G4 is maybe a bit tricky because something like this with the knight offside. I mean, if Black loses the g pawn, then the knight will eventually. It's still so dangerous. Wait, how is it? Knight b1 maybe? Yeah, knight b1 played. Yeah, I didn't see another. Yeah, because g4 just loses, I think. Rook c2 played without thought. Oh, wow. And Jordan has 1 minute 53, so he built up some time. Magnus 32 seconds. But just calmly writing down the move, it seems. Fantastic game. Fantastic game.
So if we go back with a knight to a3.
Maybe rook b2? Is that his plan? To have rook b4 after... He has played knight a3, so we'll see it now. Yeah, rook b2 played. Sorry?
No, g4 must be the only move.
Yes, but it's a big question if it's enough, because the knight is still... I'm switching again. For the 10th time. It starts to be embarrassing at this point.
If he plays g4...
No, if g4... But I think it's just... I mean, takes, and king f4, you threaten mate. And after g3... even king f3, I think, because the knight still cannot go here because of... I think this is just losing. Yeah, it's been played, g4. So, takes on the board. Yeah, king f4, I think is a...
I could play rook b4.
Rook b4, yeah, but I'm afraid that the knight is
coming out.
I'm afraid that the knight here is going to come out. That we're just not... Okay, still close, of course, but for instance, rook e4, king g3, then maybe king f3, then knight e3, and king f4, then maybe here or here. Yeah, it's still tricky, but but king f4 feels good, right? I mean, threatening mate. Knight still cannot move. After g3, the knight still cannot move. So king h3 is an only move here.
No, maybe king g5 instead.
King g5 instead. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he's probably contemplating now. He played king f4. Yeah, g3 is an absolutely only move because king h3 runs into check. And there's a mate in one thread, so g3 is, I think, an absolutely only move. But you could even wonder if just rook g2 followed by rook g3 is winning, because the knight is so far. I'm pretty sure it is. Like something like this. Why not? In fact, with the knights. He played king h5. So g3 was not an only move. This is okay. So he
needs to come with a king to the knight.
Yeah, so he's going to lose the g pawn, and then the only question is if he will get the knight and the king to connect. If he manages, it will be a draw. If not, he will lose. As simple as that.
So I could give a check and pick up the pawn, but then the knight will...
Yeah, you can, but it feels a bit unnecessary to move the rook from.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe knight c4 now, and knight comes back. So I think he will try to
be more tricky.
Yeah, maybe not even go for the pawn immediately. Maybe do something like rook b4 or.
But how
he has 17 seconds.
Okay, so we can wait.
Yeah, yeah. He played rook a2. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. After knight c4, he wants rook c2, I think. I think that's his idea. Yeah, played. Because if you go to the 6th rank now, so knight d6, then he wants to give check. And if king, then rook c6, and if here, then here. And I guess this is winning, right?
Has play knight f7.
And then rook f6. And that's the end of it.
Fantastic.
It's a fantastic game.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic game. Knight a3 played. Yeah, but it's with the knight so far. Rook c3. Wait, rook c3. This is over. This is game over. This is finished. Knight is lost.
Knight b1.
Knight b1 only move, but then rook d. No, how to knight b1? No, this is. Yeah, just for the record, knight b5, of course, runs into rook c5. So knight b1 played. Apologies, it didn't update. And rook d3. Yeah, so yeah, he resigns. Over. Yeah, because after king h4, there's rook d1, attacking the knight and also threatening mate in 1. So it's game over.
Epic game.
Epic game.
Yeah.
Epic game. Wow.
Surely he must have had a draw before.
Yeah.
I am pretty sure that the draw and the win, they went back and forth maybe 10 times, maybe more. Yeah, it's too complicated with on second, this kind of position.
He played maybe two.
Yes, no, I mean, it's very hard to draw any big conclusions, I think, apart from the fact that this was a really epic struggle. Epic struggle.
So what did we have today? We had 3 wins. No, 3 wins.
3 wins. Yeah, I'm still coming to terms with this one.
Yes.
I really didn't see that coming anymore.
No.
Amazing. Amazing.
So how is now the standings?
Yeah, let's pick it up. I was still digesting what we just saw. I mean, unbelievable. The standings. Yeah, we have a sole leader as we Dogmus is in the sole lead with 3 out of 4. And we have a bunch of people on second place now. Abdusatorov, Erik Geisi, and Jordan van Verreest, of course, who just joined that pack of players. Magnus is on 50% now with 2 out of 4. And Woodward also sits on that number. Janeire won her game today. Great game. And Niels, still waiting for that victory.
And how is the pairing for tomorrow?
Yeah, the pairing. Let's see that. It's up. Woodward against Dogmus. Magnus Carlsen against Janeire. He'll be looking to jump back tomorrow. Erik Geisi against Jordan van Verreest. And Niels Grandelius against Noribek Abdusatorov. What a day. Amazing day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was even forgetting that we're doing a commentary thing here. It's just I was just so involved with the whole.
With whole. Yeah.
Such a fascinating endgame, also. So difficult, so complicated.
Yeah.
And again, I think Magnus did very well for. I mean, in this part here, where he managed to get counterplay. But it just remained very complicated the whole time, much more so than I realized. And yeah, apparently this is just very complicated still. Study-like, actually,
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Would be very interesting to check it later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people at home, yeah, that was great,
I
great
could
show.
also tell the audience that there is a lot of videos made, interviews after the game.
Exactly.
And these videos are found on the Swedish Chess Federation's YouTube,
the YouTube
channel.
Yes, Peter Doggers has interviewed with the players,
Yes.
and definitely check that out as well.
So I would be very surprised if Jordan is not interviewed right now.
I think that's happening right now as we speak. Yeah.
So then you can check it out later.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
The same time, 3:00.
I need some rest after this.
Yes.
This was a bit too much, but great show.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic show.
Yeah.
And we continue tomorrow, same time, same place. With hopefully equally interesting
games. Yeah.
Adventures.
Yes.
Thank you for joining in.
Okay.